Now opening the February 5th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you all for being here today. We are here in the Santa Rosa High School gym because we heard you in asking for a larger venue. We didn't have a lot of options that were available today. This was what we could find that was the most central, the most accessible, and had the most space. So we're really glad you're all here. Tonight's focus, as you know, is on school closure and consolidation. So really our only items tonight are going to be the presentation, public hearing, and then board questions and discussion. Before we start, I do have just a quick statement from Trustee Medina. So Trustee Medina said, I am not present at tonight's board meeting due to my recusal from discussions and decisions related to a conflict of interest regarding school closures. Then, ready to present? All right, so we will start with the presentation from Ben Wolf, our chairperson from School Closure and Consolidation Committee, Lisa August, and Allison Budlong.
Thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Morales, members of the public that are here this evening as well. Thanks for having us here this evening. Of course, we wish it was under better circumstances given the topic, but we do appreciate the time that we've had to consider all the data over the past many months now as part of the committee. And our purpose tonight really is to summarize the process, to summarize some of the criteria and considerations that we went through in the discussions, and then to summarize, of course, the recommendations from the committee at the end of it, all of which are contained in the overall report. So just a quick introduction. I'm Ben Wolf. I was chair of the committee as well. I also have two kiddos in Santa Rosa City Schools. And my vice chair, Allison Budlong, here is also here, and she'll be tagging in with me as we go through the presentation. And also just to clarify for members of the public, there won't be any questions and back and forth right now during the presentation. We're just going to go through it and there'll be a chance for questions from the board after that. So just a reminder as part of the background. So back in June at the board meeting, they established the School Consolidation Advisory Committee. Was initially empowered at that point. We had an application process from the public. There were well over 100, 150 or so applicants for the positions that were available. Initially, there were 21 members that were appointed. One of those members did drop out of the process, so we had 20 members of the committee through the duration of the process. And our task was to recommend, of course, the ranking of the school sites for potential closure and also potential alternative scenarios. So there's just a list of the committee members, just to show that it was a broad representation across the district of parents, community members, staff, teachers, a number of different folks with different backgrounds, different areas of expertise that were members of the committee. So the process started back in August, and we had 9 meetings from August through just this past Monday to go through the process. It was facilitated by School Services of California, and they came with best practices as far as what the scoring criteria would be. So we had, and I'll get into more details on this, there were 25 criteria that were considered for each site, and we received data on each of the 25 criteria throughout the process. Those criteria were proposed to the committee from California School Services following their best practices. The summary of the meetings, again, back in August is when we started. That's where the committee was first introduced to the overall process and the criteria, and initiated some of the discussions around the criteria and how we wanted to receive data on those criteria going through the process. We then went through a series of 4 meetings from September through November there, which had where we received specific data on the 25 criteria. I'll get into the details on those in a few minutes here. And then the last 4 meetings we had were the deliberations within the committee members and the beginning and conclusions of our process for ranking the sites and recommendations. So just to touch on the criteria briefly here, the first batch of criteria, the first 6 criteria were all focused on demographics and capacity at the different sites. So each site, and remember this is looking at each site specifically of the 23 sites across the district that were in consideration. So we looked at aspects such as current school enrollment, demographics from a diversity perspective, looking at unduplicated student percentage for the diversity aspect. We look at that, future capacity as well, and transfers in and out. So those were the types of criteria and data that we received with respect to demographics and capacity. The second batch of criteria were all focused on facilities. So these were looking at the cost, historic cost and future projected cost of facilities, considering the facilities master plan and investments that would be needed, looking at support spaces, common spaces, environmental factors, earthquake fault lines, those types of aspects were considered for facilities. The next batch was looking at educational and student support services. This had criteria that a couple different things were focused in here. There was the criteria on special programs and whether or not they could be relocated or would need to be relocated, and also criteria 14, 15, and 16. I'll speak briefly about that in 2 slides here to address specifically some of the rationale for the committee making the conclusion to remove those criteria eventually from consideration as we looked at all the data sets. But those criteria looked at a couple different things, but looked at the state dashboard with respect to performance of the different sites. Also looked at performance specifically for English standards and math standards as a whole. The final batch of criteria that were considered were based on fiscal impacts and other impacts for each of the sites, looking at safety with respect to traffic concerns, location of the various sites, the potential for alternative uses of each of the sites, and then also looking, of course, at the net savings that we would project for any site closure, as well as operating costs, per student operating costs, looking at efficiency of the sites. So I want to speak a little bit about the removal of criteria 14 and 15 and 16 specifically. It's been a topic, there have been a lot of comments on this, a lot of questions around this, these criteria specifically. So as I mentioned earlier, these criteria were focused on the state dashboard metrics with respect to the different sites, as well as English and math performance. And the committee did decide to remove these after considerable discussion. It was not an easy discussion. There was quite a bit of debate among the committee for this. But it came down in the end to 3 factors that were considered to be enough of a concern for the committee that the committee voted to remove these from consideration in the deliberations that we had at the end. The first one being with respect to equity, the concern here that these criteria may disproportionately impact schools specifically that were historically serving a greater population of marginalized populations. The second concern was with respect to just the data limitations with respect to these specific metrics that were being proposed for criteria 14, 15, and 16. Some of the limitations were with respect to limited multi-year data, for example. Also, the concentration of specialized programs at certain sites that had lower enrollment could potentially skew some of those metrics. And so as a result of that, the committee felt that those specific metrics may not be the best representation of true academic performance. And finally, the third one, just the relevance of these 3 criteria with respect to the sites themselves. And the concern here was around the question of whether or not those metrics were really directly related to factors in control of the physical site. So the focus was on the site and site potential closure and consolidation. And there was question whether or not these metrics really represented the site themselves and factors within the control of the sites themselves. So in the end, the data was discussed considerably. It was presented to the committee. The committee had visibility, of course, to it, as well as to the rankings, relative rankings with respect to these criteria. But in the end, when we summed the data and received the summation of the rank scores at the end, these scores were not included in those. Okay, a little bit about the ranking process. So I mentioned the 25 criteria minus the 3 from 14, 15, and 16 that were removed. So of the 25 criteria, each criteria received 1 or 2 scores. The first score was a relative score, which was primarily either a 1 or 2. For the most part, it was a yes or no based on each of the criteria. Did that site meet that specific criteria or not? And it was ranked as a 1 or a 2. And then the second score for 11 of the criteria was a relative comparison that gave more resolution. So for example, it would rank with respect to the high schools. There are 5 high school sites, so ranked relative to each other. Each high school would receive a score of 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And that, by nature of doing that, we would have more resolution with respect to those sites in particular, and that would apply more weighting to those specific criteria. So again, the criteria 1 through 24 all received that initial relative score of a yes, no, and then criteria 1 through 9, as well as 14 through 16, and then of course 24 and 25 received the relative comparison scores that had a little more resolution in the ranking there. So the yes/no scores, as I mentioned, those were equally weighted. Of course, they're either a 1 or a 2. So when you sum those up across all of the sites, you would have an equal weighting across the 24 criteria that received those scores versus what we called the tiebreaker scores, which were the rank scores that had additional resolution. So when you look at the reporting out and you see the spreadsheet that has the different sites with the scores, there's 2 columns for each. One is that rank score, which is a relative score that has the 1 or 2 summed for all criteria equally weighted. And then the second one is certain criteria, 11 of the criteria, that had the additional weighting that were used as tiebreakers in the discussions. So the committee was provided with summation data, as I mentioned, for those 2 scores, and that was used as the starting point. I want to emphasize that. It was used as the starting point for the discussion. So we didn't just go down and look at the scores, see which one had the highest or lowest scores, and make the decisions based on that. It was certainly a factor in the deliberations, but it was not the only factor. So in the final ranking process, the last few meetings that the committee had, the ranking process began with the committee splitting into 4 smaller groups to have initial deliberations as small teams to discuss all of the data, all of the areas of significance, as well as the process by which we would go through for ranking the different sites. And some of the considerations that were used by the individual teams included, of course, the sum, as I mentioned, of the yes/no rank scores. Also looked at locations of each site relative to the other sites, so pulling up the map and understanding impact of closing one site on other sites nearby, also the impact on local communities within those sites. And then some teams did give more weight to some of the factors, some of the criteria that we had additional resolution on, specifically enrollment rates, transfer rates, and potentially the financial metrics, criteria 24 and 25 in particular. So the 4 teams then reported out on these rankings, and we deliberated as an entire committee to come up with the final recommendation. And that was over 2 meetings to come to consensus then on the final recommendations for the sites. And what I'll say about these recommendations, this is meant to be, although we didn't put down a specific 3-1-1 recommendation, these rankings, our recommendation would be that these rankings form the basis for the decisions on the 3-1-1 scenario. So beginning with the rankings then, with respect to the high schools, the final ranking that we had here, we had a lot of debate on this as well, of course, and came to a consensus of having 3 tiers. The first tier, Elsie Allen and Montgomery High School, and they're listed in alphabetical order here, just to clarify, not one above the other one. The committee did not, in the end, did not want to pit these schools against each other and decided not to decide specifically between these 2 schools as far as which one would be recommended at top of the list for potential closure. So they're listed as 3 tiers here. The first tier with Elsie Allen and Montgomery, second tier being Santa Rosa High School, and then the third being Maria Carrillo and Pioneer High Schools. With respect to the middle schools, again, listed here, we didn't have any tiers on this one. We were able to come to consensus with respect to the 4 middle schools in terms of the ranking, with Santa Rosa Middle School being ranked at the top of the list for potential closure, followed by Herbert Slater, Comstock, and then Rincon Valley Middle School. And just one note here too, as well as many are aware, the district does have 2 districts, the elementary and the secondary districts, and so there are limitations to where an elementary school may be able to be located, and Santa Rosa Middle School and Comstock Middle School are the only 2 that are within the elementary district. So when thinking of alternative scenarios such as a K through 8 program, only those 2 sites would be options for putting that on there. And then finally, the elementary schools, there's considerable discussion on the elementary schools. It really becomes a complicated scenario because of the locations, the populations that the different schools serve, the enrollments at the schools, there's features of the schools, there's many, many variables with respect to the schools, so lots of discussion here. In the end, the committee was able to come to consensus on 2 tiers of schools to consider. 3 in the first tier and 4 schools in the second tier. And again, they're listed alphabetically within these tiers, not meant to be in order of priority within each of the buckets that we're looking at here. The committee did come to relatively quick consensus with respect to Biella, Brook Hill, and Steel Lane Elementaries being in that first tier. The second tier took considerably more discussion time, and in the end, we looked at the rankings. We really went back to the rank scores with respect to these 4 sites that were selected for the second tier, and the rank scores, as a reminder, were the 11 criteria that had more weighting and more resolution, were the ones that we looked at for the second tier here. So the second tier recommendation being Abraham Lincoln, CCLA, Hidden Valley, and James Monroe Elementary Schools. I do really want to emphasize that the committee is certainly not recommending the closure of CCLA, the program. It was related to the site here. And I'll speak a little more about the emphasis of the language immersion programs in general from the committee's perspective, but certainly not recommending a closure of the program for CCLA. So some additional considerations. There are many other considerations in significant more detail in the full report, but these are some of the items that we wanted to highlight for discussion this evening as we get into it. With respect to the elementary schools, first of all, avoid closing many multiple neighboring elementary schools. That was one of the challenges we had looking at which sites to recommend. Is there are several areas of schools, elementary schools located close to each other, and closing multiple neighboring ones would have more of a significant impact. Also, with respect to the elementary schools, looking at which schools serve high populations with disabilities or historically marginalized populations, it needs to be a significant factor. Those didn't necessarily purely come out within the ranking scores and the summation of scores. So it's something else to consider as you're looking at the elementary schools specifically. Montgomery High School, as you know, has the IB program. And the IB program, if Montgomery High School is selected for closure, the committee is strongly recommending that we make sure that the IB program can be relocated in time for students to continue the program within their time frame, so within this next school year, that there isn't a gap with respect to that IB program. Contained in the report, there's a list of criteria specifically around the IB program and what it would take to be able to move the IB program to another site. Not that it can't be done, but there are some significant considerations with respect to that. So the committee is recommending with respect to Montgomery High School to certainly ensure that the IB program could be relocated by next year without impacting any of those students.
Since we're not going through the full report at length tonight, I'll just add that in the excerpt in the report that addresses the steps needed to move the IB program, it didn't address timeline, so that would be something the board would need to look into and request more information about.
So an additional consideration with respect to really any of the high schools. So if any high school is selected for closure, the students from those schools, the committee felt very strongly, they need to receive the support necessary to stay on track for their goals for college or post-secondary, wherever they're headed to after this. As we know, this closures will affect all students, high school students with respect to where they're at in their academic careers. Could be more significant, so we want to ensure that that's considered in the selection of any potential high school closure, that those students receive additional support. And then a few other points about charter schools. So there, and this is again detailed into the report as well, but our recommendation is to consider the potential future impact of out-of-district charter schools that are currently within the boundaries. So as you know, there's a couple of charter schools that are not sponsored by Santa Rosa City Schools that are located within the boundaries of Santa Rosa City Schools. So consider the potential impact of those charter schools on future enrollment or programs as we're looking at this as well. That was a difficult factor to consider in the data because it is speculation about where things may go in the future. Similarly, both CCLA and Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter Schools are also located outside of Santa Rosa City School elementary boundaries. And so similar to the previous bullet point, consideration of those two programs in particular from the in-district charter should be considered. So the committee just wanted to highlight those considerations from future impact for enrollment in programs as well. So there's been lots of discussion about alternative scenarios as well. So we heard the ranking discussions here for the 3-1-1 scenario. There was also considerable discussion in the committee about alternative scenarios and considerable discussion in the community as a whole around alternative scenarios. The committee, in the end, we didn't come up with specific alternative scenarios, but we did come up with a few high-level considerations. And the top of these is to, as an alternative scenario to the 311, to consider keeping all of the comprehensive high schools open. Now, in order to do that, are significant challenges, and these are some of the points that we've highlighted here for the next couple of points with respect to do that. So, if we were to keep all high schools open, the committee would recommend looking at adding grades 7 and 8 to some of the sites, not all of the sites. So, again, there's detail in the report, but specifically looking at LC Allen, Pioneer, and Montgomery as potential sites to add 7th and 8th grades to. In addition to that, and really, these points could be taken somewhat independent of each other, but from a fiscal perspective, likely some mix of all of these points would have to be in consideration were all of the high schools to remain open. So the Ridgeway site, not closing the program, but consolidating that site or consolidating that program onto an existing high school site would likely need to be considered from a fiscal perspective in order to achieve the targets that we have here if we keep all high schools open. Of course, this program, or to keep all high schools open, would require more than one middle school. The committee is not recommending all middle schools to be closed by any means, but it would require the closure of more than one middle school to achieve that. And from the elementary schools, again, looking at the 311 scenario, very likely would require the closure of more than 3 elementary schools. Though again, this would have to be rack and stacked on the financials to confirm all of that. The committee also wanted to recommend, there's quite a bit of discussion and interest from the community as a whole on the TK through 8 programs. So with respect to the TK through 8 programs, just highlighting the recommendation that be considered for the Comstock campus in particular. As I mentioned earlier, Santa Rosa Middle School would also be another site option for a TK through 8 program. And these last couple points are in the mix of alternative scenarios, not necessarily focused just on the high school part. The next point here is to consider mixing and matching the grade level options, so not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. If we put 7 and 8 onto some campuses for high school, not to do that across the board, or if we do TK through 8, not to do that across the board, but to have some mixing and matching as another recommendation from the committee. And finally, this was really a separate discussion point as it's not directly tied to the financials and the closures and consolidations, but to consider a focus on a language academy and see if it were feasible to co-locate CCLA and the French program SRFAX onto the same campus or strengthen ties between the two from a language perspective. That is a separate point. It's not really related directly to the financial targets that we have with closures. And finally, just some final thoughts from the committee as a whole. As we know, this has been a very rough process, going through all the details, learning as much as we have about each of the sites across the entire district, and it's going to have a huge impact on our entire community. So it's been a rough process that we've gone through for everyone involved. And we certainly hope that coming through this, that our focus can be on the students, the staff, on the programs that we have. There are many amazing programs, of course, many amazing students and staff in the district. Let's keep our focus on that as much as we can. And the committee really does hope that in the long term, we come out for this on the better side once we get through this process, and that we can develop schools and programs that attract and retain folks into our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. All right, we're now going to move to the public hearing. We want to hear from as many of you as possible, but we also need to make sure that we still have time for our own questions and discussion. So I am going to have the public hearing end 8:30 at the latest. That gives us about 2.5 hours, 90 seconds each. Each person will have 90 seconds to speak. Have to open the... Can you hear me? No. Okay, I'm going to try to use my teacher voice. All right, now opening the public hearing. I'll call names 3 at a time, so when you hear your name, you can line up behind the podium. First is Margaret Boone, followed by Steve Brunner, followed by Anjali Kumtakar.
Good evening. The district office is saying IB can be continued if Monty closes by just lifting out all the teachers, classes, sections, and admin as a unit and moving them to another school. I want you to really think about that. That's suggesting whole departments, electives, dozens of teachers would be moved as one unit. So say you close Monty and move IB to Elsie, what becomes of Elsie? Are they just a host body that's taken over and transformed into Montgomery? You lose huge amounts of teachers, culture, and programs to move IB. That's not to say close Elsie either. None of our schools, none of our high schools, none of our schools really are expendable. There's no easy or obvious choice, and every choice has damning repercussions. In addition, I want to say I emailed you a long letter about the needs of ESN and MAP kids, and I appreciate the responses I did get, including from Director Fisher. I also fully believe he's working with facilities to navigate what we need. But I will say, Comstock classes have needed in-class bathrooms since they were at Cook, and Cook stopped existing in 2020, 5 years ago. It's easy to say these things can happen, but when everything is in upheaval and 5 schools are being redistributed, I don't see that we're gonna have that happen for our small amount of kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next is Steve Bruner, followed
lean in.
by,
I'll lean in, it's all right. Thank you very much for the meeting and your time. We know this is difficult stuff. Our district is in a terrible budget crisis and it's critical going forward. We make smart business decisions, which basically means return on investment, which includes both money spent and actual performance results from the spending. I don't want any school to close, but even so, if it comes down to that or a choice, we need to prioritize, and some simple math makes it easy. For Montgomery, the transfer rate out of the district from Montgomery is 18 times lower than the next school we're told is in consideration. At the Montgomery campus, we have valuable Santa Rosa history, great diversity, an IB program, already financed new buildings yet to be finished, a larger footprint of students that would be affected, a lower transfer rate in the district, away from the district, and according to U.S. News and World Report, Montgomery High School has a higher graduation rate, college readiness rate than any other high school on the supposed chopping block. Again, I do not want any school to close, but given all of this, I'm sure that all the people here realize, including those in the decision-making capacity, that closing Montgomery would be a colossal loss to this entire community, and I'm confident you're going to find a way to prevent such a destructive thing from our community.
thank you. Next is Anjali Kumtakar, followed by Tomas Mercado, followed by Andy Bunnell.
Good evening. My name is Anjuli Kumthekar. I am a junior and IB diploma candidate at Montgomery High School. As we know, the IB program roots Montgomery to the ground, being one of the 3 IB schools in California. Since 1995, 6,000 students have graduated through the IB program. Today, 55% of our junior and senior classes rely on the program to excel in their education. The IB program takes 2 students 2 years to complete. It is incredibly difficult to reinstate. You would be invading another school's campus that has never been exposed to IB before. It requires extensive IB training and a coordinator. This is assuming that you would be able to take each teacher, class, and coordinator from Montgomery to a new school. How do you know this is guaranteed? I have waited years for this opportunity just to fear that I may not be able to experience it. This is not just me. It is every other current and future IB student. Montgomery is the IB program's home. Our IB coordinator, Jeremy Hahn, likes to call us global citizens. And this is something we closely identify with. As our saying goes, we are a people, not a place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tomas Mercado, followed by Andy Bunnell, followed by Nicole Guest.
Hello, my name is Tomas Mercado. I am a junior and IB diploma candidate at Montgomery High School. I am here to represent my student body and show it is not viable to close Montgomery. To close Montgomery, the IB program would have to be moved. Moving the IB program would require relocating our principal, IB coordinator, the majority of Montgomery's IB certified teachers, as well as the majority of Montgomery's IB students. 55% of this year's junior and senior class at Montgomery are part of the IB program. Moving this amount of people would be incredibly difficult and is unrealistic. Furthermore, it would destroy the educational paths of hundreds of our students. Many juniors have already begun the process of writing their extended essays as well as their independent assessments. These projects are a vital part of the IB program and are created to introduce new ideas to the world. Students draw from their relationships with staff and teachers on campus to inform and inspire their projects. Moving the IB program would inevitably separate many of these students from their mentors, fracturing the personal connections that we spent 3 years cultivating. Montgomery's closure would cause the district and its students much more.
Thank you. Next is Andy Bunnell, followed by Nicole Guest, followed by Holden Weir.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Andy Bunnell. I'm a school-based therapist, licensed clinical social worker. I work primarily at LC Allen, but also at San Rosa Middle School. And I just strongly believe it. I think most of us do in the room that all high schools need to remain open. I know it's a super difficult decision. I think you all know why it is a civil rights issue. I feel absolutely, and I think hopefully most agree. We started the SEP program, which is Counseling Enhanced Program at LC Allen about 5 years ago. And we have felt safe, secure, welcomed, honored, and respected from day one when we got a very friendly visit from the principal. I don't know how many people have been to LC Allen, but it's an incredibly inclusive, warm, connecting environment that I have not felt elsewhere in my over 40 years as a mental health professional. Yes, we have a fiscal crisis, and I also see it as an incredible opportunity to do something different, bold, and I appreciate some of the recommendations. We've been speaking to our students about it. They've been speaking to us. They're concerned and their families. And one student, a senior that I work with, who's on the honor roll, somebody who's overcome.
Thank you. Your time is up.
extensive
Sorry, sir. Next is Nicole Guest, followed by Holden Weir, followed by Jack Weir.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Morales, staff, and community. My name is Nicole Guest, and I'm a counselor at LC Allen High School. First, thank you to the members of the Closure and Consolidation Committee who were assigned the undesirable task of recommending beloved schools to be closed. Second, I'm here to advocate for keeping all high schools open. Please find other ways to save funds to keep these cuts away from the students who are the closest to stepping out into the real world and the realities that that world brings. Last, if you must close a high school, please do not close LC Allen. LC Allen students have many daily obstacles to overcome just to get to their school. If their school closes, these obstacles could very well become insurmountable for many of those students. LC Allen students will bear the brunt of the negative consequences of their school closing, on top of the income disparities, racial inequalities, and discrimination that they already face every single day. In the words of the great Martin Luther King Jr., the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Holden Weir, followed by Jack Weir, followed by Lily Bray.
Hello, my name is Holden and I go to Proctor Terrace. I'm able to walk to school. I will do this at Santa Rosa Middle as well. Not all kids have a ride to school and not all families will be able to get their kids further away. School closures affect so many kids more than others, so you shouldn't do it. Proctor Terrace is really special to me, but so is every other school to the kids that go there. They cannot be ranked. Do what's right for our students in our town and do not close any schools. There has to be another way to save money.
Thank you. Next is Jack Weir, followed by Lily Bray, followed by Diego Argueta.
My name is Jack Weir, and I am a 7th grader at Santa Rosa Middle. I just played on the 7th grade basketball team, and I'm not sure that the same opportunity will exist for me and my teammates if forced to move to another school. We deserve all of the opportunities available for our growth and development, and for me, my main interest is sports. For some kids, sports is what helps them get through school and meet people that can alter their life. I love my school, and while I want to fight for it, I can't do just that. I stand for our community and against any other school closures. We deserve better. We are your future. The decision you make as a board on this issue will be your legacy. So I ask you, how do you want to be remembered?
Thank you. Next is Lily Bray, followed by Diego Argueta, followed by Shanti Kavanaugh.
Hi, I'm Lily Bray, a student at Montgomery. I think you all know deep down that closing Monty is not the right thing to do. Montgomery scores highest in academic performance, English learner performance, and attendance. I know you have removed these factors from your ranking metrics, but you have not removed them from your minds or your hearts. Don't close your best performing school. Our IB program is invaluable. My dream to earn an IB degree moved my family into this district and my neighborhood years ago. Please don't take this unique opportunity from me and hundreds of other students with the same dream. Now let's talk about those students. We've been through some hard times. We've been vulnerable and we've had to fight. We've been knocked down and we got up again. We have all been through the trenches together and we rose up as a family. If you keep Monty open, we will welcome any student from the district who decides to join our Monty family. We will be inclusive and empathetic to students whose lives may be disrupted by their school closing. Our leadership team will welcome them and our IB program will inspire them. You've built something great with what Monty has become. Don't let it go. Be proud of your work because it shows in every student there. Thank you.
All right, next is Diego, followed by Shanti Kavanaugh, followed by Chris Gunther.
Madam President, and members of the board and the general public. I speak to you guys today, not as an SRHS student, nor any student from any school for that matter, but simply as a concerned citizen. Look at all these people right here who have come to show us their support for each of their schools. It honestly makes me sad that even for one of the schools which I went to, they're now threatening to shut them down. I can't believe it. It honestly breaks my heart. But not just for my former school, but for every school. I mean, if we were able to survive fires, a deadly pandemic, and we've been able to come together and all this, like whether you're from SRHS, Monty, Elsie, like it doesn't matter from which school you are from. We're all humans. We're all here to support each other. And now, unfortunately, we have come to the chance that in 2 weeks it will be Judgment Day. So we're now all on edge. I simply ask you all that if there's any alternate solution that no school, neither middle, elementary, or high school can be shut down, I think everyone will gain your trust again, because this is not out of hatred for you guys. We just simply love our community so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shanti Kavanaugh, followed by Chris Gunter, followed by Alexa Forrester.
Thank you, Superintendent Morales, members of the board, members of the district office, teachers, parents, students, and community members all present. My name is Shanti Kavanaugh, and I'm a parent at Montgomery High School, a nurse, and I'm an advocate for our whole community. I oppose closing Montgomery High School. I also oppose closing Elsie Allen High School. My stance is save our public schools and make closures the very last thing you consider including at the middle and elementary school level. I do not trust the approach or decision-making process that the district has demonstrated up to this point. I don't believe you can make these life-changing decisions that will harm our kids. I don't think you're going to be able to do that thoughtfully in the next 2 weeks. I also don't trust that the district has the expertise to implement dramatic changes in such a short turnaround time. Take closures off the table and reopen the budget conversations with full transparency. We are a growing number of parents, teachers, community members, and students who will oppose any school closure. For all listening today, I'm gathering a contact list so we can work together to oppose closures across the city and work on a solution that's going to work for everyone. So please consider all that we are saying today. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Chris Gunther, followed by Alexa Forrester, followed by Lucretia Ricciarduli.
Good evening, everybody. Here's what we know for sure. Closing schools will cause harm. The more schools, the more harm. Decades of research on school closures has demonstrated this. Here's what we don't know. Whether these school closures will actually solve the district's budget crisis. Yes, we've been told how much these schools cost to operate and how big the budget gap is, but there's been no meaningful analysis of what will happen to enrollment, nor what it will cost to run the district after implementation of the proposed closure or consolidation plans. In light of this, the idea that the district will be more fiscally solvent after these closures is entirely unsubstantiated. During this process, we witnessed members of the Citizens Committee gallantly point this out and request the information they needed to make responsible recommendations. In response, they were told that the additional information was either beyond the scope of the committee's charge or not available. Again, what we know is that school closures will be harmful, especially to our city's most vulnerable communities. What we don't know is whether these school closures will have anything close to the intended benefits or whether it will be worth the tremendous cost. Deciding to move forward with causing our students harm without adequate assurance of benefit is a dereliction of duty. We've been told that the only way forward is school closures. This is a false narrative. Whether or not you actually believe that, the district has failed
Thank
to
you. Your
convince the
time is
community
up.
that this is the case.
Next is Alexa Forrester, followed by Lucretia Ricciarduli, followed by Angel Ortega.
Hello, board members. I've spoken to you before about why I think it would be a horrible idea for you to close Montgomery. I'm not going to repeat that. I want to tell you today why I also think it's a horrible idea for you to close Elsie Allen or any of the other schools in our district. I would like to read a portion of the abstract of a report completed in 2024, which I have printed for you if you'd like to see it, published by Brown University, studying the effect of school closures on those subjected to them. The report is called "The Long Shadow of School Closures Impacts Students' Educational and Labor Market Outcomes." From the abstract, the findings indicate that experiencing school closures results in disruptions in both test scores and behavior. The study further finds decreases in post-secondary education attainment, employment, and earnings at ages 25 through 27. These impacts are particularly pronounced among students who are subjected to closures in secondary education, Hispanic students, and those from originally low-performing schools and economically disadvantaged families. Given the obvious and unjust harms that will be visited upon a select, unlucky, and entirely innocent subset of our students if you close any of our schools, it is astounding to many of us in the public that you have not demanded the administration work up at least one option that involves cutting 10% of the budget operating costs without closing any schools. The least harmful, least disruptive way to solve the district's shortfall is not to close any schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lucretia Ricciarduli, followed by Angel Ortega, followed by Risha Ruel.
Good evening. I'm a Monty's parents of two kids. One is already in college and the other is a junior in IB program. I'll start with my punchline. I think you can be a school board member, a school board that can be remembered for doing something wise, which is not closing any of the high schools. You proposed us some options to vote, and they were really bad. The only option that would leave the school open, the high schools open, would be the 7 to 12, which is really risky financially and logistically. So if you really have to implement something like that, the committee last week suggested a different option, which is start with a pilot program of 7 to 12 in one of the schools, like Elsie Allen. Then during the first year, you see how that works. And if really is needed, you implement that the following years in other schools. All the other options that were presented were really a financial and logistical nightmare. Also, please do not close either Elsie Allen or Monty because they serve the community well. High school students have roots and they've been planning their college or professional years. Closing their school can change their ability to fulfill their dreams for which they've been working hard. And the final comment, teachers at Monty are beloved and prepare students very well. We are very
Thank you.
grateful.
Your time
to
is
them.
up. Next is Angel Ortega, followed by Risha Ruel, followed by Karen Sanders.
Thank you for having me. My name is Angel Ortega, and I work and coach at LC Allen. SRCS has stated that it, quotes, remains unwavering in our heartfelt commitment to ensuring that every child, regardless of their immigration status, feels safe, supported, and welcomed in our schools. To close any high school is already an inherently violent decision. To close LC Allen after already closing our only feeder middle school in South Santa Rosa would be criminal. And no, CCLA was never a sustainable solution, especially since its charter has now been denied renewal. Not only do we need to say to serve our community's educational needs, we're also a safe space for hundreds, if not thousands, of kids. As the Trump administration continues to villainize, arrest, and deport people that look like me, we must act to protect our kids. If you close Elsie, you're not only leaving the community vulnerable to state-sponsored violence, you're abandoning the very values you claim to uphold. Keep Elsie Allen open, keep all high schools open. Shout out Elsie Allen, shout out Southwest Santa Rosa, shout out Moreland, shout out Sebastopol Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Risha Ruel, followed by Karen Sanders, followed by Arthur Horner.
As a concerned parent of a student at Montgomery High School and as somebody who cares deeply for all students in our district, I'm frustrated and disappointed by the decision to consider school closures as the primary solution in addressing budget issues. We've been told the main factors driving this decision are declining attendance, reduced funding, and overspending. Why aren't we exploring the options of schools of choice to boost attendance? Why aren't we exploring why kids are leaving our district? Why haven't surveys been conducted to engage the community to understand why families choose one school over another school? Why aren't we focusing on cost-saving measures through centralized services, which could improve efficiency, cut costs without closing schools? Closing schools will likely result in many families moving their children out of the district, ultimately worsening the budget challenges instead of resolving them. Closing any high school in our district would have a devastating impact. Each school offers unique post-secondary tracks, and students have specifically chosen their schools based on the opportunities provided for their future endeavors. If Montgomery's closed, you've already heard multiple times that the IB program is going to impact their future to be able to complete the requirements and would significantly impact their post-secondary goals. This critical issue should have been fully considered before schools were rated. It was really disappointing to watch as a member of the staff was talking to the.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Karen Sanders, followed by Arthur Horner, followed by Christy Boblet.
Thank you to the new board members who volunteer to step in and make the tough decisions to create a solvent school district, and an especially tough decision about closing a high school. Many of us are voters whose children graduated years ago, but continue to vote for school bonds and parcel taxes. Opting to close Montgomery in the middle of a $30 million renovation makes absolutely no sense and will likely cause us voters to refuse approving any more bonds or parcel taxes in the future. In addition, Montgomery's academic scores and enrollment numbers clearly put it second on the closure list. Most of us don't want to see any high school closed, but at some point, the school district is going to have to address the fact that about half of the student population at LC Allen is transferring to other districts. That means about $7 million in annual ADA is leaving Santa Rosa City schools. Refusing to address the reasons for the outflux of students will put Santa Rosa City schools in this exact same position in the near future. And this isn't happening just at the high schools. This is happening across the board. That is the crux of the issue financially for this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Arthur Horner, followed by Christy Boblet, followed by John Bechtel.
Hi, I'm Arthur Horner. I've been here before to speak in favor of keeping SRHS open. Beyond facilities such as the large auditorium, which was needed for this committee work, the shops and other facilities that cannot be duplicated at other campuses. We have a central location and great diversity in special ed programs. They're all reasons to keep SRHS open. Tonight, though, I'm happy to see you're looking outside the box, and I want to support keeping all the high schools open. Our town, though your numbers show it's not growing, our town is growing. Look at the apartments and homes being built everywhere. And if you have to close a high school now, the next school board will be building one. It's more work for the DO this spring to put together a 7 through 12 program, but that's their job, and it can and should be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christy Boblet, followed by John Bechtel, followed by David Martin.
Hello, my name is Christy Boblet, and I am a parent of a 9th grader at Montgomery. We live in Sebastopol, and my son attends Montgomery High School as an interdistrict transfer student. My son is African American, and one of the main reasons we drive to Monty each day is because of the rich diversity of the Montgomery community. For the first time in his life, my son attends a school where he truly feels seen, represented, and supported. This is a gift that has no price tag. Montgomery is the most diverse high school in Santa Rosa, and the staff and administration's commitment to supporting and empowering youth of color and students from underrepresented groups needs to be recognized. Through Montgomery's Black Student Union and their amazing facilitators, my son is able to celebrate, share, and explore his culture and get support in his journey as a Black youth in Sonoma County. Being a student of color in Sonoma County is very challenging. Montgomery acknowledges this and is finding ways to support success and create equity in the school and the district. Closing Montgomery would not only take away these supports from over 860 students from underrepresented groups, but also increase the segregation along racial and socioeconomic lines in this remaining district high schools. I fear what will happen to my sons and other students' mental health if this school and their community are ripped from them. Keep Montgomery and all of our high schools open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Bechtel, followed by David Martin, followed by Heather Grunbaum.
Good evening. I'm a Montgomery High School graduate, 1971, but I am here to defend every high school, not just mine. Even if I could give reasons why my school is the best, it would be crazy thinking to believe there would be benefit in closing another. Closing a high school is the worst choice of the difficult choices. Closing a high school dissolves a community. Closing a high school cuts off the present from its legacy. Closing a high school cuts off the past graduates from its present community. All choices are better than closing a high school. And there are excellent and seasoned faculty who can tell you which of the difficult choices is the best choice. And the committee, I believe, has been doing a great job in that process also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Martin, followed by Heather Grunbaum, followed by David Grunbaum.
I want to put out a different option for the board and public to consider. The board has been given only 2 weeks to make a decision and I say that's not enough time. Start working the budget, doing administrative cuts, special ed reorganizations, combine some smaller schools, move Ridgeway, and look into options of freezing the new administrative building using those funds elsewhere. Use the time to start fundraising, doing things like form magnet programs, like a combined language academy. Here's the thing that's not been talked about. If the budget goals are not met, the world does not end. The county might have to come take over the schools. The state might eventually take over in several years, but this option would give those involved time to truly look at all the options. 2 weeks is not enough time. Take a pause. Please do anything you can to avoid closing a high school. But if you must close a high school, I ask that you do things in a rational way. LC is by far the lowest enrolled school. If you close Monty over Elsie, you'll be displacing 70% more students. You would be displacing more socially and economically disadvantaged students by closing Monty. Your numbers. 800 LC students could be dispersed to Roseland Prep, Pioneer, Santa Rosa High, and Monty much easier than 1,400 Monty students. You would be wasting a brand new $27 million science building. Monty also has a very well-attended athletic program, and the IB program cannot be moved as easily as you try to make it sound.
Thank you. Next is Heather Grunbaum, followed by David Grunbaum, followed by Carla Weiking.
Hello, my name is Heather Shagnon Grunbaum, and I am the proud Montgomery parent of a 2024 graduate and a current sophomore. As a taxpayer, I voted for the bond measure to build the new building currently under construction on the Montgomery campus. And speaking as a taxpayer, it would be the most ludicrous misuse of district funds to construct a building and then never use it for the students it was intended for. The IB program at Monty is unique to our district and the North Bay, and do not mistake the fact that it is site-specific and not transferable. Did you know that next year, every junior at Montgomery will be taking some form of IB English? That will more than double the amount of students enrolled in IB. This program is not just for a select few, it is a critical thinking program. This is your chance to vote to bring this community together. People want to know if a 7 through 12 format will work. I stand here as proof that it can be successful. I graduated from a 7 through 12 format. It works. I'm fine. Where I'm from, it's the norm. High schools launch futures. This entire process has fractured our community. The mental toll this is taking on our students is immeasurable. Please do the right thing. Do not close Montgomery. Do not close any high schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is David Grunbaum, followed by Carla Weiking, followed by Briley Stifler-Weir.
Hi, my name is David Benjamin Grunbaum. I'm the father of a current sophomore and a recent graduate of Montgomery High School. I'm also the composer of I Love Santa Rosa, the song I wrote after the fires to help keep our city together. One of the lines from my song is, "We stand strong, we stand together." I've been seeing how this issue has been tearing the city apart. Look no further than the last 2 trustee meetings when all of us who are loyal to our individual high schools are holding up signs and shouting like we're in some warped version of let's make a deal. It's ridiculous. It's ugly, it's horrible, it's not Santa Rosa. We're putting our faith in you that you will support the 7 through 12 plan. Ben Wolf mentioned that only some of the high schools will need to participate. Let me assure you, you don't need to worry about Montgomery. The Montgomery families are totally behind this. Yes, it'll take work to assimilate everyone, but we're determined to make it work. We want to keep all high schools open. Trustees, first of all, we appreciate all you do, but let me ask you one final question. Do you want everyone in Santa Rosa to hate you? No. I'll answer for you no. So in your end, you want to do the right thing. You don't want everyone in Santa Rosa to hate you. Please pass this 7 through 12 program. We'll help you make it work. We promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carla Weiking, followed by Briley Stifler-Weir, followed by Noel Tamba.
Hello. I am the mother of a freshman at Montgomery, but I also have 2 more coming down the pipe. I would be more than happy to have my current 5th grader go to Montgomery starting 7th grade. I love that idea. I want you guys to understand that you are our elected officials and we are begging for you to fight for our kids. You are the check against the administration. You are their boss. And we need you to act that way. So what we're begging for you to do is really not just take the data that they're handing you and their assurances and run with it. Don't take it at face value. Check things for yourselves. Go back to them and ask them to come up with a better solution. Okay? I know everyone is trying their best, but it's strange to ask someone who got us into this trouble to fix it without some sort of backup plan. You guys are that backup plan, and we need that from you. Please, please, please do not ask the Montgomery students to celebrate breaking ground on a building and then never let them set foot inside of it. It's heartbreaking. Stop tearing our city apart. Do not close any high schools. I beg of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Briley Stifler-Weir, followed by Noel Tamba, followed by Patrick Atchison.
My children are third generation Proctor Terrace and Santa Rosa Middle School students, but I stand here in solidarity for all of our schools and our community at large. I reject the narrative of this administration. I reject school closures and consolidation at this time. I request that you closely examine the budget and find the sources of the 20+ million in over expenditures that you've accrued over the year. This is not due to a drop in enrollment. It appears to be financial mismanagement at its finest. And if it in fact is not, then why has the district been remiss in providing this board with real numbers? The district is giving this community only the illusion of inclusion with these committee meetings, and they've appeared to be a waste of the $1.5 million you budgeted for them. Not because of the effort put in by the committee members, but because this committee was done too soon when you had other options. But in the background of these meetings where we parents have forged a common bond, I'm hearing amazing ideas, scenarios that far exceed those of this administration thus far. School closures are not the solution to this gross overspending. Your rhetoric and scare tactics are harming our children and damaging our community. The district needs to take accountability for this problem and not force you, the board, to balance the budget on the backs of the children you are elected to represent in a 2-week time period. I ask that you put a hold to the closure and consolidation of schools at this time. You do not have the time needed to do it safely and equitably. You will harm students and you will go against your mission, stating that you ensure equitable.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Noel Tamba, followed by Patrick Atchison, followed by Dylan Bateman.
I'm Noelle Tamba. At this point, you guys have all received numerous emails and communications from me regarding all of these topics. First of all, I want to say that I fully support what Erin Grady got up and said at the committee meeting on Monday and the fact that she abstained from making a vote. But tonight, I'm here to also urge you to take a step back before you move forward. There's a new budget from the governor that is very favorable to the schools. These numbers will provide a very different picture of what the district is facing, especially coupled with actual data, the current data. Well, you are not being provided with these updated numbers before you're making this decision. It doesn't make any sense. You guys should be given this, and the decision to close schools should be a very, very last resort. The district should be working through the ratios of teachers to students to determine how they can cut back on staffing at the district level, then at the school level first. And I realize that the number of students is dropping while our staffing levels have remained constant. This should be figured out, budgeted, and determined. Losing the teachers is heartbreaking, but losing an entire school is even harder. The district should be providing an overlay with the new updated budget numbers to that to relook at all of this information prior to asking you guys to close a school. We started with what should have been the last case scenario. You are looking at closing 5 schools in your 3-1-1 ratio. You potentially don't have to
Thank
do
you.
any
Your
of that.
time is up. Next is Patrick Atchison, followed by Dylan Bateman, followed by Anandi Okubo.
Hello, my name is Patrick Atchison, and I'm a counseling enriched program teacher at Elsie Allen High School. While I would love to tell you not to close Elsie and to tell you how great it is, that's not why I'm here. After the last board meeting, I've had many great conversations with parents from Montgomery High School, and we shared concerns and commiseration about the possibility of our respective schools closing. In the last few months, we've witnessed the passion that the students, parents, and teachers and community have brought forward about these schools. The greater local community has come out in defense of their own. Therefore, I ask the board to consider not closing any high schools and to explore the 7 to 12 option or other cost-saving options. I don't envy your position, but I hope that you can make a decision that causes the least harm possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dylan Bateman, followed by Anandi Okubo, followed by Wendy Avila.
Hi, I'm Dylan Bateman. I'm a junior at Montgomery High School, and this is why I believe Montgomery shouldn't be shut down.
Even though Montgomery has faced challenges in the past, many families still continue to transfer their students to our school for the level of education, wide range of sports, and extracurriculars we offer. There has been immense amount of effort put into changing the atmosphere and climate at our school into an inclusive and kind one by starting our Fresh Start Club, having open talks about school climate, and providing more mental health resources. As Montgomery continues to grow, they are constructing a new building for classes. Logistically, it would not make sense to close a school after just implementing reconstruction that would greatly benefit our campus by providing more room for classes and opportunities to start new programs. One standout program that Montgomery has is the IB program, which me and 55% of the junior and senior students are a part of. Yes, the program can possibly be moved to a new school if Montgomery is shut down, but in that event, it would make it impossible for all of the IB kids to continue it on into the rest of their high school careers. All of these students wouldn't be able to transfer to the one school that the IB program is moved to, forcing some of them to end their IB education this year. It would be devastating to the students to not be able to continue their IB careers where we gain college level education, preparation, and credit. Overall, just from my 3 years at Montgomery, I have seen great change put into making our school a better place and provided with amazing opportunities that prepare me for my future. All of us in Montgomery have put an immense amount of efforts to make our school a better place, and it would be a shame to shut down after how much progress we have gained in such little time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anandio Kubo, followed by Wendy Avila, followed by Courtney Bateman.
Hi. State guidelines, quote, options should improve racial integration into the district, consider race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and disproportionality. I'm disappointed that only one committee member expressed concerns at the last meeting regarding the evident lack of data sourcing, collection, analysis, application, and the overall absence of data. There was no financial breakdown provided. Just one individual protested against the committee's recommendation. Also of utmost importance is that our immigrant brothers and sisters who have been silenced by fear tactics and recent political regression have been excluded from this decision alongside the indigenous groups and rich cultural values that make our community the beautiful place it is. Our community has the power to be a beacon of safety even when the rest of the country faces challenges. The decisions were devoid of humanity, failed to incorporate evidence-based solutions, and demonstrated a clear lack of financial literacy. When our country's leadership threatens every marginalized group and undermines our democracy, why are we not working tirelessly to create a safe and welcoming community for our neighbors? I urge you to take a step back, make an informed and fair decision, instead of rushing to cause avoidable suffering in the future of our entire community for years to come. If city leaders are unable to advocate for the community members they represent, there are numerous civil rights organizations ready to step in and provide support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Wendy Avila, followed by Courtney Bateman, followed by Sarah Tristano.
Hi, all. I just wanted to really come to you and appeal as parents. I am a parent with 2 kids with special needs. Our kids were just moved to Biella, and now Biella wants to change, wants to be closed, or is superiorly on the top tier of being closed. We had to tour 4 schools to find a good, helpful place for our kids. My kids are like an alphabet soup of special needs. And this is the only place where it feels like we are home. Our community doesn't care that my daughter has Down syndrome. She's the mayor of the school. Our community doesn't care that my son has CP and he's a little awkward because he's 9. Our community doesn't care. They just know who they are. And I just, parent to parent, please don't close our school that loves our kids so much. Please don't. I guess it's not a don't, it's just be open, because I haven't heard anything about what we're going to do with kids with special needs. Are my kids going to have to figure out what is even happening next year, let alone, I mean, it took us months to really settle into a school. And all of these kids were finally moved to Biella just this last summer. And now we're thinking about moving the program again to a school that looks like a prison. It feels like kids with special needs are not
Thank
being
you. Your
embraced.
time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Courtney Bateman, followed by Sarah Tristano, followed by Megan Castillo.
Hello, my name is Courtney Bateman, and I'm a proud mother of a sophomore and a junior at Montgomery High School. Of course, I'm here to advocate for Montgomery, but I'm here to advocate for all of our high schools. Closing one of our high schools would mean that you are impacting the violence rate and impacting the dropout rate. The 7th through 12th grade model is a viable model, and I know all of our high schools are very open to helping making that work. All of our high schools have viable and important programs that are unique to those campuses and those communities. I know that those programs could possibly be moved to other high schools, but you cannot guarantee that all of those students can continue with those programs, especially the ones with the IB program. They are planning that for their futures. All of our high school students are planning for their future careers and future educations. And by closing any one of our high schools, you will have a negative impact on their futures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Tristano, followed by Megan Castillo, followed by Heather Ashton Black.
Hi, my name is Sarah Tristano. For you to know, my 2 kids attend a high school that has not been recommended for closure, but I feel this request is important. I'm here to ask you, the board, to ask Lisa August to present you with financially viable hybrid solutions to not closing any high schools, not one-size-fits-all options. At the December 16 Consolidation Committee, there was an absolute groundswell from the community requesting that no high schools be closed. It is now 7.5 weeks later. There are a lot of permutations, but I have to believe that at this point, Lisa August must have crunched the numbers and must know scenarios that could work and ones that don't. If she hasn't crunched those numbers at this point, then it will just confirm the community's suspicion, true or not, that everything has been massaged towards a 3-1-1 solution. I know community members that have crunched the numbers. I know Ben Wolf has crunched the numbers, so I have to believe it's been done behind the scenes. The Consolidation Committee tried their darndest to come up with thoughtful solutions to not closing any high schools during the very limited time they had to brainstorm on January 27th. There were some great ideas, but none of the members knew if any of these solutions would actually help the bottom line. It was very much the cart pulling the horse. But absent being provided concrete data on solutions, that's all they could do. So please, pause tonight. Don't just ask Lisa August piecemeal questions about very certain scenarios. Instead, ask her to provide 2 or 3 financially viable
Thank you. Your
solutions
time is up.
that she's already identified.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan Castillo, followed by Heather Ashton Black, followed by Bree Mattel.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a former Proctor Terrace Tiger, SRMS Cougar, and SRHS Panther, I am deeply disappointed in the current state of our school district. I convinced my husband to move back to Sonoma County, ensuring him that our children would have an amazing educational experience, just like I did. So I enrolled my sons in Proctor, thinking they'd have that same opportunity. I reconnected with multiple classmates whose kids are also attending that school and are friends and sharing classes now. And now I'm staring down the face of telling them that may not be your reality. I don't know if you'll be able to go to school with your friends next year. And I have to explain that to my husband. So I find the solution of closing schools unacceptable for a number of reasons. I'm deeply concerned about student safety, I think, as we all have been over the last couple of years, and I don't see how a consolidation or closure and transferring a bunch of kids around is going to help. I'm also deeply concerned about the opportunity for these students being consolidated to have the opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities or sports. There are a number of high schools cutting kids by the dozens because they don't have the opportunity already, and now we're going to lessen that. I would ask that you find a way to delay this decision until all solutions have been researched, presented, and considered. This decision has too big an impact on too many people to be made in haste. You're asking school children to pay a debt that they did not incur. These children did not mismanage the budget or lack the foresight to see this deficit coming.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Heather Ashton Black, followed by Bree Mattel, followed by Maria Quintana.
Hi, guys. Forgive me, I don't have a written statement. I didn't plan on speaking, but I have a sort of multifaceted viewpoint that perhaps is of use. I'm a mom of 2 kids who went to Slater and now go to Montgomery. One's in the IB program, one's a football player. I'm also the mom of somebody who wanted to start kindergarten next year, but nobody's allowing kindergarten tours. Nobody can go. Nobody knows where they're going. We're in walking distance from Brook Hill, maybe. And I also run 3 preschools with a bunch of kids who were hoping to start kindergarten, and now everybody wants to stay in preschool or homeschool. That's actually happening. Everybody is jumping ship from this district. Like, we should probably do something with the money we put into it because everybody wants to leave. I'm also a mentor teacher for the California mentor program of teacher training with JC and SSU. And there's teachers who are tripping out on all of this too. Nobody wants to be here, and that's a real bummer because this is a pretty great place to be. I heard it suggested earlier that students who are in the IB program now should maybe take steps so that they stay on track for next year, but it's already affecting them. Whether or not they get to keep their program, they're already feeling dissed, for lack of better words. They're feeling that what they do now doesn't matter. And I don't know if you're familiar with football players, but putting two schools of football players together, it's like throwing pit bulls in a ring. Like, I don't know how you're going to mix schools in that way. So I think we all just need to give the kids their place and let the grown-ups do their job.
Thank you. Next is Bree Mattel, followed by Maria Quintana, followed by Amy Merkel.
Hi, my name is Brianna Mattel, and I'm a parent of a freshman at Montgomery and a sixth grader at the French American Charter School, and hopefully at Slater next year. I believe the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed before we can even talk about closing a single school is the presence of outside district charter schools in our district. From my data polls, there's over 2,155 middle and high school students that are currently attending these schools within our district, but not in our schools. It is not our population that is declining as much as these schools are attracting our students. If we close a middle or a high school, we are balancing our budgets on the backs of the students, many with less privilege, who have stayed in district rather than the students who are leaving. Instead, why don't we work to end the charters of these schools while also creating programs that attract these families back into our district? Imagine Slater as an IB middle school with a French program, Comstock as a STEM middle school, LC with its own Spanish immersion middle school, and Santa Rosa Middle with an arts middle school. Rather than having K through 8 at a few campuses, let's move to middle schools that act and make actual middle schools that preserve them. We can have a vision for Santa Rosa City schools. When we start closing schools, we are going to keep losing students and the vision will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maria Quintana, followed by Amy Merkel, followed
Hola,
by
muy buenas
Jim
tardes.
Letty.
Mi nombre, yo soy María Quintana. Prefiero hablar en español porque es mi primer idioma. Mi hijo es un estudiante senior. Él se transportaba por 3 años de Stony Point a Montgomery High School. Eso habla del amor a Montgomery High School. Mi hijo perdió a su padre en el año 2020. Gracias a Montgomery High School, que ayudaron a mi hijo para transportarlo, lo han tratado como una familia, lo han ayudado sus amigos de ajedrez, sus amigos de béisbol. Mi hijo actualmente se va a graduar en este año 2025 y él ayuda a los estudiantes que hablan español a traducir. Él de verdad, por estudiantes como él, no deben de cerrar a la Montgomery High School, ya que son una verdadera familia. Ella es una escuela muy diversa. Gracias a todos.
I will be translating what Maria Quintana said. My son is a senior student at Montgomery High School who has been using transportation from Stony Point all the way to Montgomery, which shows the love he has for the Montgomery High School. This has been happening for the last 3 years. He lost his father in 2020, and Montgomery has not only helped them, but the staff, the students, and the principal have always treated him like a family. This just shows you how Montgomery has helped them. And he also helps a lot of students. He also helps a lot of students that don't speak Spanish. So that is another reason why you guys shouldn't close Montgomery High School. Students like him can help others be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Merkel, followed by Jim Letty, followed by Tina Javier.
My name is Amy Merkel, and I'm the parent of a sophomore at Monty and a 7th grader at Slater. First off, I would like to state that no matter what school you're here to represent, we are all in this together. I stand with all the families who are attending a school that has unfortunately been ranked to close. This morning, I visited the district office. Wow, is that a nice space? To get signatures on the inter-district paperwork for 2 other districts that our daughter is willing to attend should Monty close. As was stated by a member of the Consolidation Committee, it is not a best practice to send students from a high-performing school to a low-performing school for numerous reasons. I've heard from countless current and future Montgomery families that if Monty is closed, they will be removing their children from the district. I would like to see a show of hands of families here tonight that are exploring that possibility. Thank you. Other districts are advertising on social media that they are accepting inter-district transfers. Families have already had their entrance interviews with private schools. Students who will be seniors are exploring graduating early or enrolling at an online high school while also taking classes for free at SRJC. I've heard over and over that the district office is running scenarios in the background, and I truly hope you have run the scenario of how inter-district transfers will have an impact now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim Letty, followed by Tina Javier, followed by Victoria Triola.
Thank you. My name is Jim Letty, and I'm a proud parent of 2 LC Allen alumni. And I want to speak to you tonight on the idea that all 5 high schools serve this community. This is a high school district. And high schools are part of the planning, the housing, the workforce development. They're part of the local fabric that make our community. They are a gateway from childhood to adulthood. And most important in the educational aspect for a high school district is having 5 viable high schools that serve all of our neighborhoods. What I would like to think is that there is a path forward, and it is a painful path, but there's a path forward where you do not close a high school. There's a path forward where you have to make some difficult choices and some difficult cuts, but you can preserve how each of these communities is served by one of the 5 high schools. For if you close one high school this year, you will be closing another high school next year because you will lose more students than expected. I hope the board can find a positive path forward after they've made these tough choices and bring us all back together. Invest in telling the truth about all these campuses, breaking the misperceptions that are out there. Bring in these communities as not just as advocates defending their schools tonight, but help us rebuild the relationships and be partners in this process to invest in education. You have a high school district with professionals, you have caring parents, you have incredible students. We can turn this page after you have to make this difficult choice. Hopefully in the process forward, you're looking at Santa Rosa as a whole.
Thank
and
you.
the
Your
role
time
that
is
they
up.
play. Thank you.
Next is Tina Javier, followed by Victoria Triola, followed by Merle Hayes.
I'm Tina Javier and have 2 kids at Albert F. Biela. Biela is more than just a school. It's a vital part of our community, providing programs in STEM, bilingual education, and a large special education program in 3 languages, ASL, Spanish, and English. Biela is safe with no concerns about needles or beer bottles being found on our campus. We are not next to dangerous gang-affiliated parks, have 2 exits to our school for safety, and so much more. Has the committee, superintendent, board of trustees truly understood the community built at Biela? How many times have you visited Biela before making the decision? We're also concerned about the district's priorities. Teachers and classified staff are being cut while the district staff grows. We can't even reach a live person on the phone at the district. It feels our children's needs are being overlooked. We need the cuts to be balanced. Most importantly, we need our children's future to be top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Victoria Triola, followed by Merle Hayes, followed by John Letty.
Hi, Victoria Triola, Monty 85. I also have a 2019 graduate and a current junior at Monty, and I've already submitted my letter, and thank you, Trustee Jenkins, for acknowledging that. I appreciate that. I had some talking points in mind, but then hearing everybody, so I'm also a teacher. I've been teaching for about 32 years. And in my class, when we hear something that we agree with, we do this. And I want to say that I really hear, I see, and I agree with everything that I've been hearing. And what I'm hearing is they want you to look at alternative solutions. that is the only path forward that I see, honestly. And the one point that I came here to make originally was I also serve on the site council at Monty. And this is my second year. And what I have seen in the last 2 years under the leadership of April Santos and her admin team is phenomenal. And the momentum that is now happening at Monty, and to end that would just be a complete travesty. Because without her, I have seen her lead this school, and the way she teaches our children respect for themselves, for our community.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Merle Hayes, followed by John Letty, followed by Logan Letty.
Good evening. Like to thank you for thinking out of the side of the box and listening to the community when we had the DOT session, and some of these suggestions came from that session. I am here to support Elsie Allen. Elsie Allen isn't just a number. I've heard it, they will have this or they have that. Remember, it's the only high school that does not have a feeder junior high, which does affect the numbers of resident students. Kids like to go from junior high into the high school with the friends that they made where they were sent, since the Southwest students have been divided up into 3 different junior highs. So they want to go with their friends to the next high school. So Elsie, I'm there every week as an advisor. I've spent 10 years as an advisor on the Elsie campus. I've also been a volunteer in every other high school here in different programs over the years. So I have been on every campus and have found outstanding students and programs in all the schools. But my last 10 years has been at Elsie. I would like to just support the programs that are not transportable, as been mentioned. Can Santa Rosa High School take 325 ag students? Can another school absorb 90 dance students? Those are the intangibles that you're going to have to weigh when you make your selection. And I would certainly say no high school is to be closed.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is John Letty, followed by Logan Letty, followed by Laura, I'm so sorry, Haupt.
Hi, my name is John Letty. I graduated Elsion High School as valedictorian in 2020. I want to start by first saying I don't think the district should close any high school. Monty, Elsie, Piner, whatever, every single high school should stay open. Each high school offers a different opportunities for their students that live near that high school. At Elsie, I was able to get to the university center that allowed me to take SSU classes starting at 16 years old. These SSU classes provided me more sort of hands-on college experience than any AP or JC class ever did. And so when you have to write that term paper that's 20 pages in one night, I already had that SSU. But I fear that if you close Elsie, that many students on the south side of town, especially Southwest, will no longer have really any presence from the district in their area. Because Cook closed and because CCLA is having issues with their renewal, the district will have no schools south of Highway 12 that are run by the district. And I feel if you close LC Allen, these students will go to Annalee, they will go to Rancho, and we already have a lot of bleed to those districts. We'll have more bleed to the Roseland district, which means that in a year, we'll be back to the spot, if not the year after, because we're going to lose another 400 kids. Rancho's right down the road. If you live on the western edge like I do, Annalee's right down the road. So we're going through Highway 12 in the morning or going up to Piner would take longer.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Logan Letty, followed by Laura Haupt, followed by Christia Cologne.
Thank you. I went to LC Allen as well, so I'm here to come out and support the school, but I also want to make sure that I come out and say that I hope the board, when it comes to the decision they need to make, presents a plan that doesn't close any high school. Just I feel the district needs to be a priority of a high school district first, especially because when it's coming to a kid's K through 12 education, I feel like the high school years are fundamental when they are choosing a college or choosing programs they're going into during the high school. It's fundamental when they're taking the next step from going from a kid to an adult. I feel if you close any high school, essentially it's punting on, or I feel it's punting on the kids who are at that high school get closed down because they're like, oh, first 2 years you're here, next 2 years you might be bussed around to somewhere else. So also with that much uncertainty, I'm unsure if kids will be wanting to stay in the district or will they want to sort of peel off to somewhere say, or at least I know that the boundaries, I'll be in this boundary and says somewhere else. So I believe the best course would just to be not to close any high school. It will just mess up the kids' experience at their high school or any high school, and it would just be better for
Thank you. Your time is up.
going on. Thank you.
Next is Laura Haupt, followed by Christia Colgrave, maybe, followed by Jeff Gosby.
I would like to start by just taking a couple of deep breaths. Anybody can join me. I'm the proud mom of a junior at Montgomery High School and a proud mom of a graduate from Santa Rosa High School. Spent a lot of information, lots of facts and figures, but not all that speaks to the community that we have at Montgomery and the community that all of our wonderful high schools have. My son has a team. He has a track team, he has a cross-country team. If Monty closes, they're going to be split up. My son also has a band and orchestra program. If Monty closes, they will be split up. Monty has community. Monty has inclusivity. My son has special needs and is now an IB student, something I never expected. My son has friends. This is community. But I want to speak more broadly because I do not wish this on any student or any parent in Santa Rosa. We are one Santa Rosa. We survived the 2017 fires. Okay, that was
Thank
not
you. Your
fun.
time is up.
And we need to consolidate our
Thank
school
you.
districts. Thank you.
Next is Christia Colgrave, followed by Jeff Gosby, followed by Amy Eng.
Hello, my name is Kristen Colgrove, a voting and property tax-paying citizen of Santa Rosa. I attended Comstock Junior High School and graduated from Pioneer High School. My husband attended Cook Junior High School and graduated from Montgomery. Our kids attended Hidden Valley, Santa Rosa Middle School, and graduated from Montgomery. I proudly worked at Montgomery for 7 years and currently work at Hidden Valley for the last 10.5 years. I'm proud of the history of these institutions and all of our Santa Rosa City schools. We are locals, unlike many of our Santa Rosa district officials. I'm disappointed to learn that Omar is not present due to recusing himself from a vote. Even a suspended athletic team player still sits on the bench when they can't play. Why are we not questioning the overspending by the district? Where is the audit? Where is the transparency? You continue to spend and spend and spend. No cutting the fat at the district office. You rent fancy office buildings with high security and new furniture. You gave raises you couldn't afford. This exploratory committee is expected to recommend closures with not enough information provided. You cry low enrollment, but you stole hundreds of your own students to form charter schools to the detriment of those who do not attend them. At the end of the day, we are here for the kids. Our kids are losing their safe places due to your overspending.
Thank you. Next is Jeff Gosby, followed by Amy Eng, followed by Catherine Howell.
My name is Jeff Gosby. I'm a lifelong resident and product of Santa Rosa's public schools, as are my 3 kids. And I'm here tonight as a longtime trustee of the Rincon Valley Union School District. And on behalf of our entire board, I want to address public comments made by your staff at numerous school closure town halls and public meetings in January and February. That Santa Rosa City Schools has not been able to consider consolidation with local feeder districts, including TK8 and 6-8 options, because feeder districts, including Rincon Valley, have passed resolutions to refuse to speak with or otherwise cooperate with Santa Rosa City Schools. While some small feeder districts did pass such resolutions, Rincon Valley Union School District considered but refused to pass such a resolution, as our trustees are unanimous that we have always been open to discussions with Santa Rosa City Schools and do not want to limit options for changes that could benefit our shared students, families, staff, and community. Rincon Valley's district leadership and trustees remain open to such discussions, but have never been approached by anyone from Santa Rosa City Schools. As you make your decisions about school closures, and especially afterwards, we hope you will encourage your staff to reach out to your feeder districts, including Rincon Valley, to explore and collaborate on long-term solutions. It's misleading and confusing to the public to state that we have refused and are unwilling to work with you when we have never been approached. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Eng, followed by Catherine Howell, followed by Tanya Hoffman.
Good evening. My name is Amy Ng, and my son is a junior at Montgomery. Last night, along with a group of parents, I organized our senior night for our boys basketball team. This memorable event will be occurring this week at all of the high schools. My 5th grade daughter was inspired to one day soon join the Montgomery cheer and dance team last night. I left the gym feeling so overwhelmed and sad, thinking that my son may not have a Montgomery senior night. Changing schools, coaches, and teams will have a life-altering impact on athletes who are looking to play collegiate sports. This is true for all high schools. Additionally, you will likely lose many student athletes who currently attend Santa Rosa City Schools. Additionally, my son is in multiple IB classes and has worked incredibly hard to continue these classes next year to earn the IB recognition and be able to take the test after 2 rigorous years of work. As you heard, this is not offered at any other school and is not easily moved. It is a philosophy of teaching that our amazing Montgomery teachers have been trained in and have offered to so many students. I ask that you do not close any high school due to the long-term negative effects it will have on so many students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Howell, followed by Tanya Hoffman, followed by Anna Ramirez.
Good evening, Catherine Howell, SRTA President, also a member of the Closure and Consolidation Committee. So I have a lot of hats and representing a lot of people, but I want to start by representing myself as a middle school teacher in this district for the last 25 years. I have, and many of middle school teachers have grave concern about the 7-12 model. We are not convinced that it is good for our students, and more importantly, we will need some convincing that it can actually get pulled off in a way that makes sense for our students and their families and the teachers by August. That's not something we believe can really happen. On a wider scale, the teachers are really concerned about the budget in this district. We're not convinced this is going to help. We're not seeing the outreach to the families to find out what they want. Are they really going to buy into this 7-12 model? We're not convinced that that's going on. We're worried about budget spending and where that's going to lead us in a year, in 2 years. Are we going to be right back here with a deficit that we still need to solve? So all of those things combined, I don't have any miracle cure, but I'm asking this board be leaders, make decisions, harm as few people as you possibly can, and realize that any decision you make will damage this community.
Thank you.
Next is Tanya Hoffman, followed by Anna Ramirez, followed by Anna Valle Hope.
Good evening, Tanya Hoffman. I'm a parent of a fourth grader and sixth grader at Proctor Terrace. I'd like to speak to the board and district administrators regarding the positive opportunity that this pending restructuring of our school system will provide. I'm hoping that the district administrators and the experienced educators will see the value in introducing more rigorous programming to our schools. Students and parents don't want less challenge. We don't want less programming. We don't want less hours, less staff. Santa Rosa families want more from their public education system. I beg the board to ask of our district, what is the district doing to ensure that every school has attractive programming that's compelling programming for our youth that wants our family, or attracted to the families that want to have their kids go there? What efforts has the district made to consider magnet programs? What research has the district made to actually look at other districts that are successful in the nation, maybe in the state, with even less of a budget, same population, even less? What kind of research has been done in that regard? So I'm hoping that you guys can look at this as a good, rich opportunity to really be creative and really kind of think outside of the box and think about each school as kind of an attractive opportunity to really make it something that people want to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anna Ramirez, followed by Anna Valle Hope, followed by Haley Javier.
Esta decisión que ustedes están tomando afecta a todas las escuelas, no solo a la escuela que va mi hija, Albert Biela School. La escuela Biela no debería de cerrar porque tenemos un gimnasio que tal vez otras escuelas no tienen. También contamos con un banco de alimento que cada semana alimenta a 80 personas y familias que no solamente tienen estudiantes en Biela, pero son personas que son beneficiadas también. Afectaría también a nuestros estudiantes que tienen necesidades especiales y a nuestros estudiantes de aprendizaje de idioma inglés. Tenemos un vecindario más seguro con menos vandalismo. También tenemos tenemos menos tráfico en nuestra carretera principal que otras escuelas. Disponemos de más estacionamientos. También acabamos de recibir un maravilloso patio de juegos que es accesible para los estudiantes con necesidades especiales. Tenemos el espacio para agregar más edificios si es necesario. Somos la escuela primaria más nueva. La mayoría de nuestros estudiantes son estudiantes que caminan a la escuela. Por favor, no cierren esta escuela ni tampoco cierren todas las escuelas. También nosotros hacemos eventos para recaudar fondos a la escuela. La familia de Biela son muy unidas y por favor no cierren ninguna escuela. Gracias.
Okay, so this decision that you guys are making is affecting all the schools, not only the school that my daughter is in, Albert Biela School. The school, Biela, shouldn't close because we have an amazing gymnasium. Other schools, other elementary schools might not have. We also count with with the food bank that helps feed 80 families, including people with no families, that have no students there at the school. It would also affect our students with special needs and students that need language help, English language help. We also have a good neighborhood, with less vandalism. We also have less traffic in our school. We also have a lot of parking available. And we just received a new playground that will help our students with special needs. We also have space to add more buildings if it's necessary. We are the only school that is new. Most of our new students are students that walk to school. So please don't close Biela School or any other school. The families in our school are very united, and we have many events that have yes, that get funds to help the school and our families. That is how the school helps each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anna Valle Hope, followed by Haley Javier, followed by Mia Bowler.
Hello, I am Anna Valia Hope, and as of Monday, I was actually part of the consolidation committee as well. But I'm not coming here as that today. Today, I'm a parent and I'm a community member, and I am that first and foremost and always have been. So, with that being said, Biella was at the top. You heard by Biella parents, it is true. I also wanted to add that on the reports it says about portables, the back portables are actually on a foundation. They cannot be moved. They are ADA compliant. Those are here to stay, which means there are 5 portables at the front that can be moved. With that being said, we have a huge population there that is special needs, and that is something that they thrive there. We love it there. It's safe. 45 seconds, got it. So as a community member and the business owner that you put me on for, I understand that if something doesn't work, you have to take a step back, reevaluate, and make it better. You have a chance to do that now. Your public has spoken. We have said what we've wanted to say. Please make the right decision in which campuses to close. This is a business. This is your clientele. These are your customers. There's too much at stake here to have them move. They have options to move. They can move. So please, when you make these decisions, keep us in mind, because at this point, there's too much competition, and you always got to make it balanced. You got to cut it from the top too. I pay my employees last. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Haley Javier. Next is Haley Javier, followed by Mia Bowler, followed by Heather Grigonis. And those are my last 3 blue cards. So if there's anyone else that wants to give comment, please fill out a blue card. Go ahead, Haley.
I can say that as a former student of Albert F. Biella and a current sophomore at SRHS, that these 2 schools have created such a great community and place for both children and teens. I have 2 siblings who go to Biella. When they come home, I hear nothing but fun things that they do in school. I mean, the other day, my brother made an amazing no-bake cheesecake in his baking club, and it was delicious. The best thing about Biella, though, are the teachers and the staff. They care about their students. My sister's current pre-K teacher, Mrs. Winters, is here, and one of the best 6th grade teachers, Mrs. Evans, is also here, whom I still have a great connection with. I remember having an amazing, fun, and better yet safe experience at Biella. But let's talk about Santa Rosa High now. Santa Rosa High offers many opportunities for students with our Art Plus program, AP and honors courses, and our CTE programs as well. Santa Rosa High's commitment to these programs ensures that our students are prepared for their futures, me included. So please, save Albert F. Biella and Santa Rosa High. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mia Bowler, followed by Heather Grigonis.
Hi, my name is Mia Bowler. I'm a proud parent of a Proctor Terrace kindergartner and aunt to Proctor Terrace 4th and 6th graders. We love Proctor and the community there, especially the amazing teachers that our family has had the privilege to have. I'm also a former member of the Elsie Allen High School Foundation, and I love that school so much. Obviously, it's difficult for all of us to be here. None of our schools are expendable, and I agree that it seems impossible to close any high school. And there have been many good points made by community members about athletics, academic programs, and just the impact on current high school students. But I also want to advocate for our elementary school and middle school students, the feeders for our high schools. A strong beginning is important, and I would urge you to reject any decision that unfairly shifts the burden of school closures or disruption on our youngest students. There are many of us elementary parents who are very concerned about the prospect of 7 through 12 schools. And I do wonder if that is in the best long-term interest of the district and our students, or if it's more of a creative solution to try to fix the immediate problem that we have. I am in favor of preserving our middle schools. I encourage you to look at creative solutions that minimize the number of schools closed and actually show a vision for the future of Santa Rosa City schools. And lastly, just before you vote, I encourage all of you to, and I know you're working at this, but to be as informed as possible, to ask all of the questions, have answers to all of the questions that have been posed today, so that before you vote to close any school, you know that you can believe with full conviction that you made the right
Thank you.
choice.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Heather Grigonis, followed by Jonathan Moko.
Hi. Thank you for being here tonight. As much as I respect the sentiments and agree with the sentiments regarding the importance of keeping all of the high schools and how valuable they are for our community, I disagree that a nearly across the board 7 to 12 model is the right option. Whatever model or combination of models is chosen, I advocate for one where our middle schoolers stay or have the option to stay in an environment tailored to their academic and emotional developmental needs. What I remember from the town halls and the survey that followed, the most stickered option was the 311. None of us like the idea of a 311, but I suspect that many of us who voted this way is because we were not comfortable with the 7 through 12. Arguments for retaining middle schools have been plentiful at other meetings and in articles in our Press Democrat and have been whispered between almost the entirety of parents that I know in our district. Only those with children already in high school seem to be comfortable with the 7 to 12 model. Please don't push my daughter into high school next year when the district is ill-prepared for this level of change. We all, but especially kids at middle school age, need to be seen and feel seen to grow in an environment that develops confidence. This is a challenging age with lots of changes where you feel like you're under a microscope. In a giant crowded school where the sheer number of students dwarfs prior experience at our small elementaries with all the newness that comes with secondary education, this is a bridge too far, and I fear we would sacrifice the youngers for our current high schoolers. As I advocate for middle school, I stress that no high school should close in
Thank you. Your time is
2025.
up. Next is Jonathan Moko, followed by Erica Lipanovich.
Hello, Jonathan Moko, teacher here at Santa Rosa High School. And I actually wanted to take this moment to be another voice for the middle schools that are out there and how wonderful they are. I know they aren't here in mass as much because we tend as a community member to grab onto our high schools, but the students are prepared for those high schools because of our middle schools. Myself and Miss Bell and other teachers last year traveled to Santa Rosa Middle School to see what they were doing. And some of the great successes we're having at Santa Rosa High School this year were direct copies from Santa Rosa Middle School. Ask teachers in the high school level, even though we're all credentialed to teach secondary, how many of them are ready to go teach middle schoolers? They're going to run out of the room. It's the least confident thing that you'll get, the least confident thing you'll get from a group of teachers facing a classroom full of 13-year-olds. They may not be here, they may not be loud, but those schools are absolutely necessary to the student development, and our facilities are not prepared for a 7 to 12 model. We don't have locker rooms for them, we don't have gym space for them, we don't have classrooms to segregate them the way everybody envisions this. This is not utopia, so let's not force something that will make things even worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Erica Lipanovich.
Hi, everyone. Erica Lipanovich. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just had to. I wanted to tell the board myself that I am so excited about the idea of reconfiguring our district into a 7 through 12 model. I've done a lot of research. I've looked at it. I've looked at schools. If anybody wants a breakdown, one of my awesome friends came up with a awesome spreadsheet that looks at all of the different 7 through 12s in districts that look very similar to ours, demographics, socioeconomic, et cetera, that have excellent dashboards, greens and blues across the board. It's amazing. It looks awesome. I've spoken a lot at these meetings. Some of you may know that my husband actually went to Santa Rosa High School, go Panthers. But unfortunately, it's not one of the ones that it's slated to look at 7 through 12. So now I'm sitting here wondering if maybe in many years when my kids are out of TK in first grade, whether or not I might actually be sending my kids to Montgomery or maybe Pioneer or even Elsie. Really, I mean, it's just such a beautiful model. I like to see the positive in human nature, see the positive in our community. And I think if we as a community stand together and say, yes, this is going to be hard. Yes, there are going to be growing pains. But if it keeps our high schools open, I'm willing to put that work in starting now, and I will be there volunteering to make 7 through 12 happen, even though my kids are not there. So
Thank you. Next is Liliana Santiago, followed by Sota
Buenas
On.
noches a todos. Good evening. My name is Liliana Santiago. I'm mother of a beautiful 7-year-old who's attending Biela. And I want to tell you that in the short life of my little one, he's 7, he has attended 3 schools already. Finally, he got settled at Biela with a special needs cover. He is social, emotional, academically. It would be so sad and so shocking for him to be moved again. Biela is a school that has a lot of community with special needs. Please consider that. And I know everyone here has a story. Everyone here is trying to defend their schools. And I'm just wondering, is this the best we can handle this? Is this the best way we can manage to manage the funds, the administration? Are we willing to take less and to invest less in our kids? Are we not pushing to get more? I mean, I know you're doing the best you can, but I wonder if we can do better. And I guess we can. I know we can, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Sota On.
Hello, my name is Sotha Am. I firmly believe that Elsie Allen High School needs to stay open. Our high school has developed an incredible sense of love and community. Many of us worked through and overcame a plethora of personal and academic obstacles. So let's remember to support and protect and have equity for our vulnerable communities. Please don't break the family we have at Elsie Allen High School. Once a Lobo, always a Lobo. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more blue cards? All right, then this public hearing is now closed. The board will now take a short break before coming back with questions and discussion. If everyone could please take your seats, we're going to resume the meeting. All right, this is now an opportunity for the board members to ask questions of our presenters. We'll do questions first and then go into some discussion and hopefully give some guidance to our district team. Trustees, any questions? Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your time and efforts with the committee to get us to this point of the process. It's much appreciated. What I'd like to know from the committee is there any particular criteria that you felt you may not have got enough information on that you would like this board to be considering for our part of the process?
Yeah, so there was, and Allison can weigh in on this as well with her thoughts. My perspective from the committee is that we received obviously quite a bit of data, but the data, as many people know, was drawn from, you had to make a line in the sand. So for example, enrollment numbers, transfer rates, even the criteria 14, 15, 16 with respect to academics was based on a timeline. And in some cases that data, just because of the limitations of the process, were based on certified state data, which maybe was a year or two old from today's data potentially. So I think from many of the committee members, that would be one area that would be potentially worth looking additionally into, is refreshed numbers with respect to enrollment or transfer rates in particular.
I know that a couple board members were wanting more updated transfer information to the extent that it's available to pull that report, kind of current year, past couple months, just again, looking at the sustainability of choices in terms of risking attrition. That was a question that came up.
Thank you both very much for that. And this is just a reminder to the community that it is the process. And this is now our turn on the process to make sure that all of these questions are being asked and that we're taking the valued input of the committee and then putting more input in to try and make this very difficult decision as correctly as possible.
Other questions? Trustee Jenkins?
So can we get that information? I guess would be the next question. For Friday or whenever.
So what I'm doing,
Sorry, that was
that's okay. We end up fighting with the remote or the microphones. So what I'm doing right now is making a list for my team of most of them are watching so that we can make sure that we've been working on a lot of this, but the additional asks we're working on our list right now to bring for the study session as much information as we can. So the more specific the request, the more helpful it is for us.
If I can add one additional piece of data as I'm looking through the criteria, just to further answer that question. With respect to the dollar amounts, the cost for projected savings when sites were closed, specifically, the numbers that we received in general were with the assumption if a site were to close, those students and would be consolidated to other sites and that site would be closed down in totality. What was not easy to tease out of those numbers, if, for example, a middle school were to close and those students were to be consolidated onto a 7 through 12 program on a high school campus, those dollar savings would be different than what we had presented. So that's just another area where it's data we just didn't have as far as if you were to close one middle school, consolidate them onto a high school, the dollar savings would be different than the numbers that we were presented with because of the assumptions into it.
Trustee De La Torre?
Very good point. Ben, and those numbers are going to be asked specifically by a lot of these board members, I'm sure. But while we're on the student numbers, Ms. August, if you can please also ensure that we get as accurate as possible up-to-date numbers for enrollment. I'd really am curious about what our 7 through 12 enrollment is and our K through 6 enrollment is. And if we have the ability to break that down per campus so we can see actual numbers opposed to last year's numbers or other data that wasn't verified yet, that'd be very helpful with this process.
Trustee Jenkins?
When I was looking through this, there were revised pages that had that information in it. Is that correct? I did see that the enrollment for 24-25, as well as the updated enrollment for last year's, whatever the correct term is, certified
The
correct-
CalPADS, the CBED certified data.
Yes, so
Yes.
there was a bit of a difference between the numbers originally and then the certified and then this year's enrollment. It's very interesting. There's different trends than I personally expected. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Manieri, go for it.
Okay, I warned my peers on this board that I had 15 questions for this team coming into this conversation. So if there aren't any more, I'll just go through them. My first question is around data. What population trend data informed your recommendations? So we've been talking a lot about not just declining enrollment, but future trends for our district and how many school-age children we can expect to see in our district. And we've heard a lot of conversation around development. So what population trend data informed your recommendations?
Yeah, I was just trying to look up which criteria it was, but there, within the demographics and capacity data set that we received, there were projections with respect to housing developments in particular. So looking at housing developments across the community and their relative location distance-wise to the various campuses, with projections going out to the 2029-30 school year regarding estimations. So there was a demographer that came in to provide those data sets. So that was informed at least one of the criteria that was in here, and those data were included.
Thank you. I think maybe to clarify, what was the source of that data? Where were we getting those numbers from?
So that was from the consultant that did our demographic study for the facilities master plan through Keen Consulting. And so at the time of that, he did reach out, and he did reach out again to verify change, where the difference was as far as, because there were some delays in some housing starts. We didn't see the number of students come from those housing developments that we had expected, so especially from some of the multifamily units. And so he did look into that before coming in and speaking to the committee.
Thank you. That answered my question. The next question I had, could you explain your methodology for calculating facility capacity, particularly how you accounted for specialized programs with lower class size ratios?
So again, that's through our facilities master planning process. So that was the information that was presented to the board through QKA related to that facilities master planning when that was approved. So to go back through that,
Yeah. And the intent of my question is to understand how these spaces might have been weighed differently from standard classroom sizes in your capacity calculations.
So part of that has to do with, you have the standard that as the state who looks at, okay, every 960 square feet is a classroom, regardless of what the actual configuration is. And for us, what we staff at is maybe a little bit different, especially when we're looking at a specialized program. So some of your vocational programs or your special education classes, things of that nature. So it really is program dependent for some of those capacities.
And that is reflected in this report.
In the data that was looked at, yes. So if you look at there's, because you'll see there are different numbers. And so it's based on, okay, what's a state number versus our internal numbers on the way that we staff.
Got it. Thank you. My next question is, did the committee conduct a formal student impact analysis similar to what Attorney General Bonta outlined in his guidance? If not, well, what alternative process did you use to evaluate impacts on special student populations, particularly English learners and students with disabilities?
Sorry, I'm sure it's my ears. I'm having a hard time understanding the full breadth of your question and not the meaning, but the actual words. So could you just repeat it? Sorry. Thank you.
Did the committee conduct a formal student impact analysis similar to what Attorney General Bonta outlined in his guidance? And if not, what alternative process did you use to evaluate impacts on special student populations, particularly English learners and students with disabilities?
You know, the form, really what that was the information in the demographics that was pulled and the way that school services, you know, advised us as far as how the demographic study information is looked at. There was a lot of discussion amongst the members of the committee who had particular reason for selecting the way that we did for the committee, the representation, specifically looking at, okay, what are the impacts of, say, large concentrations of special education students at two particular schools? You know, Lincoln and Biella have, because of decline, and this is something that happens regularly in districts, when you have declining enrollment, you have open space. So you tend to have a concentration of either English learners or special education students placed there because of space availability. What that does is takes them out of their local residents, you know, attending develop with their typically developing peers or their, you know, English only peers, things of that nature. You don't have the same ability to integrate that into their residence areas. So it wasn't a formal evaluation, but it was a deep dive discussion into those impacts and really that's not really the best practice, is to concentrate students at a particular site, but rather that we should have classes at each of their local schools for the general education population.
So it sounds like we didn't really have like a systemic way of evaluating. We didn't have any equity criteria in this process. We didn't. Okay.
No, that would be if there's a specific area that the board is asking for additional information on. We looked at the demographics and kind of the impacts, but no, if there's additional information that the board would like, that's what we would be bringing back to you with that request.
Yeah, I think I would like to make that request. I'd like to understand the kind of demographic distribution across our district and how any of the recommendations or proposals affect our demographic makeup of our schools, please.
So Dr. Bardelli is working on that piece and some of the information that we will have on Friday.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to follow up briefly with one additional thing, that from the unduplicated student population and the demographics, those were in there within some of the criteria. So they were discussed and there was discussion around them, but yeah, not the formal study I think that you're referring to.
And specific to Southwest Santa Rosa, I mean, we've heard already the impacts of closing the only public middle school in the area and how that's really affected enrollment and attrition to our only high school in the area. And so I'm wondering if this analysis and this process accounted for these historical changes, and if your data took into consideration the cumulative impact of these past changes, if they were integrated into the recommendations that were brought forward in this report.
We were able to review historical enrollment data going back to 2016. So that predates the closure of the feeder for LC Allen. So we did look at that data and take it into consideration and thinking about viability of the site in terms of enrollment. Yeah.
And I think additionally, even aside from just the data from a discussion perspective, there was extensive discussion around the impact of the closure of the feeder school for LC Allen in particular. And that was in the discussions when we were weighing the different options with the high schools as well as alternative scenarios. So yeah, I think the committee was very aware of that impact and the history, some of the history around that.
Great, thank you. Moving on to my financial questions. If we were to not close any high school, what would it take in order for us to still meet our budget, to meet our numbers? Sorry, for a lack of a better word, phrase.
So it would mean that's one of the things that we need to look at is specific schools and what that impact would be, because each school has an actual different dollar amount. So we do have one of the things that we will be looking at on Friday is actually different configurations of that. Dr. Bardelli's been running, he's amazing with the way that he is able to run scenarios based on if this, then that. So we do have that information that we can look at some scenarios on Friday. So specifically, if we're looking at not closing high schools, what other combinations, looking at I'm looking to make sure I'm on the right track with where we're going, is looking at the alternative scenarios recommended by the committee. So maybe some out of the box, not all the same thing across the board. So if I'm understanding, are you wanting to look at 7-12 at all schools, or are you looking at the combination that as recommended by the committee so that we head in the right direction for those numbers? So I'm asking for clarification. Are we looking for 7-12 only, or?
I mean, I have my
combination?
thoughts, right?
Okay.
But that's a board decision, so I'll wait for other board members to chime in.
Thank you.
I had a quick follow-up question. Because I have heard so many numbers now, is what is our number currently? I've heard as low as 11 and I've heard as high as 16.5.
So the combination between all reductions between school closures and staff reductions, so the combination is close to 20 million. The remainder is from other things in budget reductions. So a combination between school closures, district office staff, or central support services, it's whatever combination that looks like, it will be from a variety of sources. So it's not one specific, okay, in the budget, we did assume 12.5 from school closures, but some of that is also reflected in support services. It's not a flat this or that. It's really a combination overall.
What did you say the number was?
So in the original budget was 1.5 million last year, assumed from closure of one elementary school. So from our budget study session in November, when we looked at the fiscal stabilization plan, it was adding another 11 million. So it was a total of 12.5, but then we also have staffing reductions that go on top of that.
What I'm hearing is that what we have to meet is 20 million, but that is not all going to happen through school closures. There are other measures that we're taking, cuts to the district office, so central support services, that are also going to make up the remainder of those 20 million. It's not going to all be 20 million cuts in schools, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So one additional follow-up to the cost question there, just from the committee perspective, maybe to clarify one of the alternative scenarios here to get to that cost number. And the caveat here again is, like I was saying earlier, the cost numbers that the committee was working with were based on site closure, not necessarily a move to another site. But the alternative scenario of keeping all high schools open, which would put 7 and 8s on some of the high school campuses, really hinged on the Ridgeway campus, the Ridgeway site, and being able to achieve some savings by moving that site onto an existing high school. So I think the recommendation from the committee to the board would be to investigate what additional savings could be realized from the Ridgeway consolidation onto a site, 7 and 8s onto some sites, which would then be maybe 2 middle schools, maybe 3 or 4 elementaries, and that whole scenario would build into that. So that was maybe a little more context around the alternative scenario.
Trustee De La Torre?
I know Director Manieri has a lot of other questions and I wanted to get to them, but I don't want to walk away from this quite yet. What exactly are you going to need by the end of the night from us to make sure your team has direction to get the proper numbers? Is it just looking at the recommendations from the committee? Are we offering other recommendations? Obviously, you guys don't have time and resources to look at everything under the sun, so we are trying to narrow this down. But I want to be very clear of what you need from us tonight for direction, so your team has proper direction to do the work that's needed.
So again, if there are specific combinations that you want us to look at to come prepared with, that's great. We do have the ability to run some scenarios with, a program that Dr. Bardelli has created that has some kind of canned information in there. But as far as getting that updated information into there, we'll be able to get you better information on that once we have more specifics. So again, if we're looking at if you have a preference for us to look at exploring large elementary schools and more closures there, or, which would be obviously the only 2 middle schools that would work for that would be Comstock and or Santa Rosa Middle. So if that's the desire, then that would look at more elementary closures outside of probably, to make that work. I will share that boundary wise with where students live, it would mean looking at different schools rather than those that are necessarily in the top 1 or 2 tiers. There would be some different combinations there. So we're looking at those things based on the direction that we have from the board for what you'd like to see.
Trustee Caston?
So I have additional questions, but following up on the net savings, that's net. So if we say we want to move to a different model, but these are the programs that we need to do that would make moving to that model be done well, we would need to account for that with additional savings.
Correct. And some of the things that we need, to take into consideration is when we're talking about a closure, what programs, because a closure of a site may or may not mean closure of programs. So if there are particular programs that you're looking for financials on, that's much different than looking at a site as a whole and what that looks like moving. So those types of things as far as priority programs for preservation or movement or reimagination would be those are helpful.
So you're looking for us tonight and through the rest of these to provide direction and feedback, not just on what we see as consolidation and reduction opportunities, but also where we believe investment would need to be made to make our schools better.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's extremely helpful when we're looking at how, because if we remember if we keep in mind why we're doing this, it's to make sure that we are restructuring and right-sizing our district for the future, not just with the number of locations, but the programs and our offerings and our configuration. And then how do we support those? So that all is very key to us bringing you real numbers that make sense for what we will need in order to focus those resources most effectively.
Thank you. I have additional questions, but if Trustee Manieri was still going, I don't want to interrupt her. Nope.
I have my questions kind of sectioned off by category, so if we have more financial questions.
Then my next question is on sorry, this mic is even less useful. All right, for the assumptions for the cost savings for the sites, my understanding is it's based off of a percentage. Within that assumption, can you identify the elements of consideration, specifically loss of attendance because folks won't transfer to one of our schools, and the other things that make up the assumption on the actual savings from closing a site.
So when we look at if we're taking just a high level, assumption, so what we baked into basically when we were looking at the initial review in our fiscal stabilization plan, if you remember, that was okay to provide direction to the committee as far as to look for what, the combination. And then it really depends on where we go from there for implementation. There are two very different things. So the assumption in, the large pictures, we'd be looking at a 40% savings. And that's in a combination of operating costs and staffing, or supply, just all of that stuff. And when we were looking at that, that was specifically from unrestricted funds. So the costs that are listed on there for running a school, that was listed as the unrestricted. So not looking at your maintenance and operations budget, that's, your 8,100, your restricted 3% of the budget, which naturally will have to decrease as we reduce our budget amount. So there's that. You have different supplemental and concentration grant funded positions or title funded positions, special education, all of those things are outside of that 40% savings. So it could be an increased cost or a decreased cost, depending, there may be a restricted program that actually with a reduction or a change could result in a reduction in cost to the unrestricted based on the amount of contribution needed or match or things like that. So it's not a straight this for that. It really comes down to the specifics of what we're moving and what that looks like.
But within the assumption, we're assuming we're maintaining a certain level of current revenue, which is fundamentally current attendance. I'm assuming that we didn't assume 100%. So what within the assumption, just for the model, what percentage of retaining of attendance did we assume for that savings?
So at this point, we have not adjusted attendance projections. We look at where our current rates are, which will depend on, what we think this is going to look like. So we can make some assumptions based on prior closures and what that loss has been. That's where it really comes down to being very strategic, that we maybe don't recommend closure of a site that's really easy for kids to go right down the street to another district school. There are things like that that really will play into what those projections are. Now, we already had projected a loss of enrollment going forward. That's part of why we are looking at these reductions, is because we are projecting in all of our multi-year projections that continued loss of enrollment.
So thank you. And for the committee members, first off, thank you for your service. I know this hasn't been pleasant and it's been very long, and I appreciate you both and all of those that served with you. So thank you for that. The proposal of 712, and I'm specifically thinking of Elsie right now, that also contemplates the creation or reestablishment of a 5th middle school map within our current map. To what extent, when you were looking at the data, would that impact the 7-8 demand in the Slater, Montgomery, and Pioneer Columns in the other areas of the city, where those students would have a new 7-8 area to go to? Was that a part of the committee's discussion?
Yeah, I think, so yes, that was part of the discussion is the short answer, but looking in particular at Elsie and the fact that there isn't a natural feeder middle school in that area of the city, and currently those kids are out of district or going other places or split up. The discussion around looking at Elsie as a potential site for adding 7-8 specifically was to recreate a middle school in that part of town to be able to receive those kids and have that natural feeder through. So that was, yes, very much part of the discussion.
And in looking at that, how would that impact the usage of the current middle school campuses, as far as what you see for space, room needs for those other campuses with the creation of a fifth middle school area.
I'll take a stab at this. So in looking at the projections, there were no concerns raised around in, say, the far out projections was 2930, that having a 7 through 12 model on the LC campus based on the projections would cause a problem. It didn't seem like it would breach capacity based on the projections that we were presented with. Is that what you're trying to get at, or am I misunderstanding the question?
So I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, it really has to do with boundaries. And that I think, and correct me, if I'm wrong here, that really the consideration was not just an addition of another middle school boundary, but really maybe more a redrawing of some boundaries, and maybe it's a combination of closures of other middle schools, or it wasn't, I don't think that there was that far down the road.
So this is just an example. We were under the understanding that the boundaries would need to be redrawn in any closure scenario, consolidation scenario, that would need to happen to reconfigure. Turned off. So when we were looking at scenarios and we were discussing it, we did look at geography, and as Lisa mentioned, that might impact or affect the order of ranking for, say, middle school closures. If certain schools in proximity added a 7, 8, does it make sense to have the closest middle school be the one still open? So there is a cascading effect that you'll find in the report that talks about what would happen if, say, LC went 7-12 and Pioneer went 7-12 versus Slater or Montgomery going 7-12. So there are a couple considerations that are built into the report.
And the information from Dr. Bardelli, when we look at the boundaries, we can look at those configurations. If what I'm saying, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like there is a desire from the board for us to look at some configurations of 7 through 12.
I think we're going to get to that next. So before I state that, I have one last question before we move into comments and requests to move forward. The committee was recommending the potential moving of the Ridgeway Alternative Education Program. I understand part of the context of that is potentially going to another campus and incorporating it. Did the committee look at the concept of moving it to a location where it could expand and offer that style of education, not just for 11th and 12th graders, but for all high school and potentially all middle and high school?
Yeah, just to clarify your question, so yeah, we were speaking about consolidating Ridgeway, more or less the program as it is, onto an existing campus. You're asking, did we look at expanding it and having it be more of an opportunity? That specifically, no, I don't think the committee specifically discussed the expansion of Ridgeway in particular. What we did discuss was, and as part of the recommendation for the board, look at the programs that do attract students or have wait lists or are impacted, and find ways to double down on those and ways to expand those programs. And so potentially that is one to look at as well, but we didn't specifically look at that expansion.
In my very last question, and we've talked about charters in multiple directions. So can we clarify the existing charter renewal process, which is not a part of this process, with the contemplation of policies impacting out of district charter and those things which could be a part of this?
So right now, we don't have control over what happens with any of the charters aside from our own dependent charters that are operating outside of or inside of our district. However, there are renewal processes, and so when they come up for renewal, their charters will have to make a determination as to how they want to proceed, which could be right now. you have a combination of dependent and independent charters. And so I would expect that we may receive petitions this board may receive some petitions for charters. And so there are only 7 criteria or 7 reasons that a charter can be denied. And one of those is financial impact. However, there's an appeal process for that as well. So I would not say that what would happen with other charters in the future is a consideration for, I think that we need to keep it in mind, but it's not a carte blanche that they can be denied. There's a process to go through. And so I don't believe that we can count on the outcome of that. It's something that we need to consider and plan for in our, have a contingency plan for what happens. One thing I will say is that, and this is not, I want to be clear that this is not me advocating that we need to close more sites or anything of that nature. Closing sites is hard. It is much easier to open a new site after a site has been closed and surplused because of the way that the model works. Just from the state, it's an easier process to add buildings or sites than it is to go through the closure and disposal, or to continue operating something to the point where you can no longer support it.
Just to be really clear about the charter aspect of the question, the chart that I've seen is that all of the dependent charters and all of the out-of-district charters and all of the non-public charters have a renewal date that is either 2026 or later.
Yes, if I recall, the only one that had a renewal of 25 was not, it was through Wright Charter or Wright District, and they decided not to renew it.
Correct. So for everyone, that's the timeline for that. All right, that was my last question. Thank you.
Trustee De La Torre.
So a couple budget questions. I'm going to ask this just because it's been asked a lot and it needs to be asked so it can be answered in public record. You've done a phenomenal job. I appreciate you. Is there 10% of our budget available to be cut in operating costs?
So I will share that the majority of our costs are in staffing. Over 80% of our budget is spent on staffing. And so to think that, okay, the remainder of that, so you're talking textbooks, all of, keeping the lights on, all of those things, it's incredibly difficult to think that there would be 10% of the overall operating budget that could be reduced from all of those things without staffing. The majority of our staff is at the school sites. I absolutely understand the reaction, the visceral reaction to saying that we're out here asking for school closures. I want to be very clear and remind that it's not that we are only looking at school closures. It's that we've asked for the community's input on how what those closures look like, what the impacts to sites look like, because that's where they are impacted the most. That's where students are impacted the most. It's our job to figure out where we can cut outside of the sites and still provide a level of service to those sites, because regardless, there still has to be the food served on campus. There has to be materials that make it to the sites. We have to have maintenance staff and custodial staff to take care of things. We have to make sure our bills get paid and that we have properly credentialed teachers, all of those things, and that we're compliant. There's a big part of it is reporting and compliance. So there's all those, unsexy things that don't directly impact students that still have to happen. And yes, we are making cuts in those areas, but we still have to be able to meet the needs of our sites. And that's something that is not obvious to the public when we're presenting what a school closure looks like. It's those underlying things that the public doesn't see.
I appreciate that response, and I want to remind the public that this district started making cuts last year to staffing. This is a discussion that does not just start this school year, so we are trying to get ahead of this. The next budget question, does the state's current projected budget change anything significantly enough?
So yes, it actually is about 0.5% less in the COLA, the cost of living adjustment. So budget, the adopted budget from the state included a 2.93% projection for next year for budget, and the governor's budget update projects a 2.46%. There is a proposal for some discretionary one-time funds, but again, that's exactly why us and many other districts are in this situation now, is because ongoing costs have been paid for with one-time funds. And so there's still no guarantee. There's not enough information about that. There's some questions about constitutionality of that, of the way that they are proposing to structure those one-time funds. We have been provided, I was just at a budget workshop the other day with capital advisors sharing, kind of what should you include, what shouldn't you include. And there may be additional one-time funds. Don't count on additional ongoing funds. And remember, it's 0.5% less. So while yes, it looks good for schools in that we are protected from cuts, there's not cuts projected to us. That doesn't mean that we're seeing the large increases that we were, or a lot of discretionary funds.
I think it's really important in the public to hear that answer, because we are trying to make this very difficult decision now so that we're not continuing to have to do this year after year. We want to do this now. We want to do this as correctly as possible, and we're trying to avoid having to do this again next year. My last question before we move on to other trustees is about a program. Is there a way to get verification on if any of the IB program is actually transferable to another campus or not? Because that verification would be really important for our decision making.
So I would actually, if Dr. Castro is here, I would defer to him to be able to answer. I know that his team has been. Okay, all right.
Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by verification.
So we're hearing several concerns from the community that if we were to close Montgomery, then the partnership we have with the IB program would not allow us to move that program and its accredited teachers to another campus. As a trustee that's going to make a decision on whether that campus gets closed or not, it's a really important decision I need to be aware of, if there's any viability to that or not.
As I presented, I think twice to the SCAC, the School Consolidation and Closure Committee, I provided documentation not from me, directly from the International Baccalaureate Organization. They have told us, and in several conversations, because we're in conversation with them at this point now almost every single day, they have told us that the transfer from one school to another is quite viable. They have also given us an example, a very specific precedent of students that are in the last two-year program, junior and seniors, from the junior to the seniors, of a precedent of a similar district that had to close the high school and whose juniors were able to graduate when they transferred from one school to the other. So in terms of viability, my findings would show that there's nothing that would automatically mean the program would cease to exist. In terms of the specifics, they're in the document that I provided.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. I also like to just clarify on that. So you were saying that there's been examples of current juniors and seniors being able to complete their program. I'm curious. I hear that you've had examples of juniors and seniors being able to finish their program. But I'm also curious if that means an IB program would survive beyond our current enrolled students. Is it something we would be able to offer for future students, opposed to just who's currently enrolled?
Yes, that's correct. That was our interpretation. And like I said, we are in continuous communication with them. I think we, as recently as yesterday, Dr. Perez, we were in communication with the World Senior Manager of IB. And that is the information that we get. As a matter of fact, we have been in communication with them so many times during the week to just try to verify this information, the viability. In terms of guarantees, there is a list of criteria as one would expect moving any program, whether it's IB or AVID. We have dozens of programs that we look into, and we have been looking into the viability of moving. It's just like any program in terms of moving them from one space to another. You have to look at. I would like to ask for there to be a certain amount of respect, please, for people that are up here speaking. Thank you. So just like any program, I would, that when it's transferring from one space to another, they have to meet a certain set of criteria. And so we would have to definitely do that. As a part of this process, we're also in communication with them because we'd like to expand it. So. But yes, and that documentation is part of the file that the consolidation committee has.
The documentation that he was speaking of is included in last night's minutes, or not Monday night's minutes. They're actually the last 2 pages of the report.
Trustee Kirby?
Hi, I just want to first recognize Mr. Wolf and the rest of the committee for their fine work they did. Having been personally involved with one of those committees, I understand the blood, sweat, and tears that all of you put into this, and it's much appreciated, everything you did. I've got some kind of specific questions just about the report itself before I get into some other stuff, but the capacity criteria, when I read in there, so just clarify that the portables on all of our campuses, the 210 portables in the district are not counted in our capacity. Is that correct?
So not necessarily. There are different pieces of the capacity. There's the permanent capacity and there's the capacity. So, and there have been some changes due to construction happening this year that are not necessarily reflected in that. That is part of the information that we will be bringing updated on Friday.
Okay, good. That was my next question on that. And in particular, I was looking, the permanent number of classroom seats is in there. Can we also get the updated how many portable seats that we actually have in the district?
Yes, that's part of that information.
Okay, thank you. Because when we're talking about moving parts around and campuses, I want to make sure we've got the accurate information and people can fit where they are, where we're trying to put them. All right, next. I just wanted to have a quick discussion about the criteria 14, 15, and 16, since it was kind of a hot button issue. So the committee chose to go against the best practice and exclude that data, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And it seemed to be, as I read through the report, one of the reasons it said that in regards to the equity, it said that it may impact some of the school rankings. Did you guys find any evidence that it actually did impact that? How did you determine? The may was kind of vague, so.
Yeah, and I guess I would say it was intentionally vague because once the committee came to consensus to remove those criteria, we no longer included those criteria officially into the summations as we went through the process. However, yes, the data was presented, the data is in there, and the rankings for all the sites are in there with respect to criteria 14, 15, and 16. And they did come up into discussion with the committee when we were initiating the deliberations. And so they were not pulled back into some, but pulled back into some, I mean SUM, to sum up the total of the rankings. They were pulled back in for discussion there. As far as would they impact the scores from the peer rankings? Not significantly for all schools. Now, if you looked at certain schools, there may be some flopping that would have happened with respect to them, but as far as gross movements, there weren't significant impacts there. And in fact, in many of the cases, wouldn't have impacted at all. So you would have to go through and look at each site specifically, add those back in and see, but it didn't dramatically swing. It wouldn't have dramatically swing the scores.
So I noticed that it says that the data for those criteria were presented to the committee, but they were not included in this report, not even as an addendum or any.
They should be in there as part of part of the minutes or report from a specific night. If not, they can be accessed and provided to the board. Yeah.
So all of the notes, the agenda minutes, the agenda, and all of the presentations are all in the final thing, 300 and something pages.
Yes, and that would have been the program meeting. So I think it was meeting number 4. Then
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that data was available to the public if they wanted to go find it, because it said it wasn't included in the report, but it is actually in the report. Okay, if you wanted to. Okay, just want to make sure, clarify that, I guess. Okay, then on the final ranking, it said that when you guys broke up into the groups, that some of the groups included, they weighted enrollment, transfer rates and financial metrics, and then some groups didn't. So I wasn't clear on why some groups, I guess, followed the rules and some didn't, so to speak, when they came.
I can answer. We were broken into individual groups to facilitate more productive conversation around getting to a prioritization, getting to a ranking. And so it was a combination of maybe there was some misunderstanding in terms of where people place the charters in the conversation. But in terms of weighting the ranking, I think that was part of the intent of, as your table able to kind of rationalize how are you coming up with a ranking, bringing it back to the group and in a very transparent way, explain your thinking and come to some consensus on what the majority of the group agrees on appropriate ranking, an appropriate weight.
Just additional clarification on that as well, I think, in the process. So if you remember in the scoring, 24 of the criteria had the yes, no, basically the 1 or 2. And those initial rankings down the board, all the committee members really started with that as the initial starting place. So no weighting. Everything was an even weight with the 1, 2 scores, and that kind of produced the first numbers. In many cases, those numbers are very close to each other between the schools. And so then the next level of resolution, some groups went to discussion right away at the next level of resolution, looking at factors like location, impact on community, other specific factors, and other discussion went to looking at adding extra weighting to some of the criteria specifically that had the 1 through 5 or 1 through 13 resolution added to it. And so that's where the enrollment transfer rates and financial metrics, I think it was criteria 1, 4, 24, and 25 specifically were pulled back in for those weightings being applied in there in some cases. So it was a mix of the discussion. It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't a firm, the entire committee came to a consensus around one approach. There was a lot of discussion around the thought processes and then ended in the deliberations with the committee.
So that was kind of the intention was to have small productive group discussions and then report out to be able to say, okay, well, yes, the numbers are the numbers. What's important to our community and what are the unseen factors that need to be considered, like the special ed distribution, things like that. What are those impacts that, are important to us? And that's where it then led into that larger group discussion.
I would just add,
I feel like it was a productive way to balance quantitative and qualitative analysis. That's all I would add.
Okay, thank you. And that leads into my next question, kind of. So when you did the second tier of elementary schools, you guys chose to use the rank scores versus the relative scores, the 11 versus and could you just clarify why you did it that way for that second tier?
Yeah, that again, for better resolution, if you look at the rank scores, the 1-2 scores, for all of the sites, or for those sites, they were all really close to each other with respect to that. So then we had to apply weighting. And so the discussion came to, let's just use the additional rank scores, so the 1 through 13 for the elementaries that were added up in totality for all 11, as opposed to having additional discussion about should we weight just criterias 1 or 4 or 24 or 25, or we just decided to let's just apply the weighting as we had it had discussed through all of our data acquisition meetings across the board. So it was a decision. It was a way to further differentiate from the initial non-weighted criteria, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Just got 2 more for now. Lisa, I think you may have this already, but you are going to get us the kind of 2 different cost estimates for Ridgeway as far as moving it as a whole, maybe to another campus. And then there was talk about distributing it to different campuses. Obviously, the cost differences are probably different.
If that's something that you'd like us to bring on Friday, we can take a look at that. One of the things that I did share with the committee is that often because of the nature of that type of school, it tends to have smaller class sizes. And so the one school, which is Pioneer, that currently has a program like that, it's their GRACE program, they choose to have larger class sizes and structure their schedule differently in order to accommodate that within the sections that they're allocated. If we're looking at doing that at other sites, it could actually be an increased cost when you're looking at a staffing perspective of that. So it may or may not actually reflect a cost savings, but we will bring the data if that's an interest of the board, and it looks like that is one piece that you'd like us to.
Yes,
bring
I
some
would like that to
estimates.
see both ways if we could. That'd be great. And then lastly, I know we're talking about the overall budget and everything. So one of the assumptions you're making with the budget and the money that we need to save, is that still utilizing a 3% reserve, or are we trying to step that up?
So one of the reasons that you've heard different numbers as far as what we need to reduce really is because if we are only looking to get to that 3%, we will always be in this situation of making cuts. We will not be in the position to be able to expand and, have that cushion for when there is a downturn. So the low end is meeting just barely our 3%. If you look back to our first interim projection that included these reductions in there, it does show that by the time that we get into that second and third year, as long as we aren't adding other things in as well, then we're starting to increase that reserve a little bit over that 3%. So again, we need to be very mindful, and the better that we plan strategically for how we get above just that minimum. And my mic is on. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. It just is. Okay. Is that better? Okay. We have to be strategic in thinking into the future, how we meet not only that 3%, but make long-term sustainable changes.
So is that one of the directions you kind of need tonight, as far as what we as a board would like to see as a reserve? Is that one of the things that helps kind of determine some of the rest of the things that need to happen, correct?
I would say that's always helpful to have that kind of direction. Where we would be looking at that specifically would be when, so yes, we can bring a combination of things to realize more than those savings. And that may be a step into over multiple years rather than an all at once Band-Aid ripping off. Because if you think about the projections, what we're looking at right now is, okay, how do we squeeze in for 25, 26, and then still make sure that we are cutting enough that as we get to that lower enrollment in 29, 30, we've made substantial enough reductions over that period.
Okay, that's all I've got for now. Thanks.
Trustee Manieri, you had more questions?
Yes, I have a couple more. I'm very interested in understanding what process was in place to ensure all committee members had equal opportunity to contribute to the final recommendations, particularly when there were disagreements. So my question is, how are dissenting views captured and incorporated into this report? Would it be possible to generate kind of a minority report so that we can see alternative viewpoints that maybe aren't reflected in this final report?
Answer so my mind is turning, but I don't know if I have a good answer. I can try.
Sure.
So I don't have a great yes or no answer around can we generate that data? What I will say is, having been on the minority side of a vote, there definitely, we were operating on the consensus model. And it was not a strictly, yes, here, yes, no, abstain. It was a consensus. We may have seen it. We were doing the thumbs up, thumbs down. There was one committee member who was very vocal and went on record with a dissenting view, which is recorded on Monday. So that's, I'm sure, part of that transcript. In terms of other minority opinions, dissenting opinions, we have the transcripts from all of the meetings. We have when we would get into deliberation and have discourse over differing views, that's all in the transcripts. So I guess theoretically it is feasible to go back through and tease out that data if that's feels like the best use of resources. That's helpful. That's my best, that's kind of my answer for now. Want to add, Ben?
Yeah, I think, first of all, in the discussions, I think there were many dissenting views expressed in the discussions that didn't necessarily come out on, maybe both sides or every side, more than both sides. There's many more than two sides on all of these discussion points. So I think it would be very difficult to get consensus on a minority viewpoint. I think what we would end up getting would be multiple interviews from the committee members expressing different viewpoints. I think it would be very difficult to come to a process to actually have one sustained dissenting view on this because there wasn't just two sides to it. There's so many variables through the discussion. We could pick any variable and have discussion on it and have folks that maybe had a minority viewpoint with respect to any one of those variables. So just, I think we had robust conversation. I think we really tried to bring conversation out from folks that had dissenting views during the conversations. As far as putting that into a report, I think would be challenging.
I would just add, I think the best way that we found to capture dissenting views that felt really relevant to your process was in some of the notes at the end of the report in terms of considerations. For instance, the consideration of being aware of special education populations in elementary schools. So there were some dissenting views that we tried to really capture in the notes as considerations that they didn't make it as a strong recommendation.
And one other follow-up on this as I'm remembering through all the discussions and Director Kirby, maybe a little bit to your point as well around, or question around the tiers for the elementary schools in that second tier. So the committee came to relatively quick consensus on the top tier, those first three. The next row down was very difficult, and there were many, many dissenting opinions. I would say it was a collection of dissenting opinions for that second tier, which was very difficult. And the committee was very close to not making any recommendation there. And in the end, the consensus came to, well, from a qualitative perspective, there's too many other factors here. When you start looking at needing to close 4 or 5 or 6 elementaries, it just becomes so complicated. And so the consensus was, well, let's use the ranking system that we have here and be more quantitative about that tier and just draw a line and put that back to the board then. So that was, I think, an example where there was much dissenting discussion, and that dissenting discussion, in a sense, became the majority.
Sorry, I think Ben and I are reliving all the meetings as you're asking this question, so it's coming to us as we're talking about it. I would just say also the tier for high schools, the top tier for high schools, that's definitely a reflection of like strong dissenting views. So some of that is baked into the report when, in terms of what we ended up recommending, maybe not aligning with what was asked of us.
I appreciate the response. I mean, often in qualitative data analysis, things will emerge as themes. And so I'm just kind of looking where in the report I can find these themes, if it's in the considerations, if they're baked in other places. So I really do appreciate the response. I just, want to make sure that we're capturing different parts of the process and not just kind of what came out on top as the most popular, maybe. And so kind of my next question, actually, I have a couple of questions for Doctora Morales, if that's okay. One question, Doctora Morales, just going back to the criteria that the committee ended up removing from the process. I understand you consulted with other districts to see if this, while maybe it's perceived as not
Oh, sorry. No worries. I forgot.
No worries. If it's, I know it's perceived as not best practice to remove, but just kind of wondering what you've learned from consultation with other districts.
So yes, I've been conversing with other superintendents that are also going through this process. I reached out to Allen Rock, who is very similar to us, 24 schools, and they've voted about a month and a half ago to close 6 schools. And so I asked him some of the questions that have been coming up, and they too removed academic achievement from theirs, as well as I was at a webinar in a conference last week where we had a whole panel of superintendents who are also going through this process, and they also mentioned that they have removed academic achievement. It tends to be an equity barrier and not allowing, could be prejudicial as they shared in terms of not looking at students through just academics, because it tends to be a focal point. So I shared that with Stephanie in our one-on-one that we had this week. And so she wanted me to share it out. It's what I've seen from other superintendents who are also going through the same situation that we are.
And if I could maybe add to thinking about part of the discussion that we had, because the conversation about those criteria actually began with the organizational meeting. So at the very beginning, it was brought up as a concern. And so what we did is we gathered the information and then brought it back at the next meeting, because the charge was, what else do we have that we could bring and use in lieu of dashboard? And because we hadn't implemented any with fidelity over a period of years, anything that showed a growth model for tracking, aside from the limited model on the dashboard, I would say that was a large part of the conversation. Had we been able to bring something that showed that growth model versus a straight test score, I think that would have been a very different conversation with the committee.
I can add something to that. It's one of the reasons the state is now not just having the dashboard, but they've moved into a growth model on the dashboard so that districts can use the dashboard as a point that speaks to growth, not just a number in time. And so the dashboard will be now having a growth model when we do, the Ed Services team will be presenting to the board at the end of February our dashboard data. And they just released the growth model that we can use going forward. So you'll learn more about what that growth model is in relation to the dashboard at the end of the month.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. My second question for you, Doctora Morales, is, as we consider these recommendations and kind of different configurations and all wonderful ideas about how we can transform our schools for the better, what do you see as the key opportunities and challenges in implementing these recommendations? And can you share your vision for our district's future and how these proposed changes or possible changes align with that vision?
Okay, so this is me dreaming out loud. I remember the board makes all the decisions. So in listening to the 712 that has continued to surface since we brought them to the town halls, I've had conversations, and I know Heather, I got Heather's number because I wanted to have a conversation with her. I had many parents that said, I did a 712 model and it worked out fine. Obviously, has to be systems and procedures and all of that in place, but it is doable. If we do that, could we imagine a way that we have really specialized high schools, if we keep them all by doing 712, really specialized model high schools where we invest in making sure that Pioneer has, if Pioneer's a STEAM school, they're a STEAM school. If, Maria Carrillo wants to be the college prep school, and we maybe invest in making them a tech school. Napa has an amazing high school tech school that we can go and see. I visited in previous years. So how do we build those specialized programs? I took down the names of all of the people that spoke and said, let's redesign, because that's what we need to do. And so how do we do that collectively? Yes, it's going to be painful because it will require us to close elementaries and potentially middle schools in order to make this happen. But let's think of it different. I'm all about throw away the box. Let's create something different, because obviously what we have is not working as effectively as we want it to work. I love the idea that someone mentioned, let's bring it together services so that it's not spread out all over the district. We have enrollment being done at every single school that makes us very inefficient and ineffective. I've had conversations with parents at the town halls. Enrolling my student in this school is completely than enrolling my student in this other school. Isn't it the same district? And so there's a way of bringing together and doing an enrollment center. We have the same issue with our English language learners. Where our resources are spread out so thin that, in all honesty, we are not doing a great service in helping our students who are English learners and our homeless youth. How about if we have a newcomer center, bring in our newcomer teachers and really serve those students for the first 2 or 3 years when they land, and then do a warm handoff to the school that they're going to go to, and really bring those resources together instead of continually spreading them apart. So I can dream. I just want the board to dream with me, and I'm going to reach out to all of you that say you want to do it. Let's do it together. We can do it. But we've got to get through this painful process. And I've asked President McNally to let me share a little bit more of what I can see us doing differently on our February 12th. So my report that day will include a lot of what I'm saying today. But I can see it on the other side, and we can do it together. So thank you.
That concludes all my questions.
Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee De La Torre.
I have a few, and one of them might be they're kind of, a couple of them are piggybacks. And also just to kind of about the vision and stuff. My concern is that by August, we can't do all of this. So a question for that is, and this is my bigger question, so I'll come back to the other ones in just a second. If we do not come to you with $12.5 million of school cuts, can the district find that elsewhere?
So the issue will be that, so the answer is not a straight yes or no. It really takes okay, which of these things that we've been working on for years with centralizing, where do we have this combination of savings? Because we are already looking at $8 million outside of school cuts in staff reductions. So those are already there. I don't know, I mean, if we're talking a small amount, yeah, maybe we can figure out something, I wish we could just do a little deferral like the state does from June to July and make it all better. That's not the way it works for school districts. They just get to do that to us. So it would depend on that, because it's an ever-changing number, because again, we have our projections, we know what we expect, and then we have areas where we see savings, areas where we see different, unexpected costs or less revenue or more revenue. There's all those different little pieces that shake out. The issue isn't, are we going to be, say it's slightly less than 12 million and we don't make quite our 3%. That's much different than we're out of money and we have a state takeover. There are different levels to it. So it's, if we aren't able to quite get there, but we have a plan that is that we aren't going to run out of money, and we, have an extra year where it's a small amount that we carry over into that, then that creates the qualified budget again. Is it next year or is it the year after where we have the problem? It depends on when we have the problem in the money that really is the answer to that. And there are, again, varying levels. There's the multiple qualified budgets in a row, there's a negative certification, and there's a no cash issue. So different levels of involvement between an appointed advisor from, say, SCO, and involvement from FCMAT versus a state loan that then actually takes all of the, it basically negates any of your power and replaces our superintendent, likely myself, all of that. There are varying degrees of it. What we want to do to set the district up for success is make sure that we are meeting that 3%. That's really what our charge is. Are there ways for us to work with that? If we're at 2.75, that's probably a much different conversation than if we're at 1%, because remember, 3% is not even 2 weeks of payroll. So that 3% is not an it's a fairly arbitrary number. It's written into code that that's what we're required to have, but the reality is whether we can pay our bills or not. That's where the real problem comes in. And if we're skating awfully close at that 3%. If it's any less than that, we run a real risk of running out of cash, which immediately triggers the state takeover.
Okay, I have a couple more.
Uh-huh.
This one was mentioned at the very beginning, but I wanted to just make sure that it's said. As far as the transfers in and out inside of our district, can we get more clear numbers? Like, for instance, when kids are transferring, say, out of LC or Monty, where are they landing? If it's in our district or if it's not, but specifically, like, it would be great to know why kids are going where they're going. And I mean, that's such a huge marketing thing going forward anyways. Why kids are going where they're going, why they're not going where they're going. And then paying very specific, and this one, oh, did I lose it? Am I back? I'm not back. Hold on. Stayed blue. Are you there? Hello? Hello? Uh-oh, I need yours. I know it's not working. Oh, there we go. And I know that we probably cannot get this specific information right now, but if we could get it going forward, starting to get some data, especially if Rankin Valley is on board with things, with our feeder districts specifically, or are we calling, I don't know what we're calling them, but the other districts in Santa Rosa, the elementary school districts, finding out, I mean, a lot of them have 7-8 charters, which is concerning. But why they are choosing to stay in their charter, or why they are choosing to go to the schools they are, whether it's with us or not, but those those places, those timeframes where kids are entering our districts, whether that be TKK, 7th or 9th, depending on the situation. Gathering that information is so incredibly important to then guide a vision at some point. So whatever amount of that information that you can get would be fantastic.
Yes, we can absolutely bring the internal data. That's a lot easier for us to track. The external data, we have some of it, but not with fidelity because it's going to depend on where they've enrolled. If they've gone, overseas, out of state, if they've gone to a private school versus if they're in California in another public school, we receive that information. So it's available to varying degrees, and we absolutely, so we did do some outreach this year related to that. My understanding is we had a very low response rate as far as why people were leaving. And that's not unique to here. I've tracked it at other districts as well. When people are leaving, unless they're really upset and they want you to know that, they pretty much just don't tell you. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. We can't require it. So it's, again, varying degrees, but yes, the information that we have available, we will bring. And in the future, we do plan to get more of that data. It is a little more difficult with having fewer staff to be able to track things as well. So it's that balance of what do we need to support and where do we focus the resources that we have.
Can I just finish this last? No, it's on this too. I just want to respond to the complexity of this question too, because I personally know people who use addresses and other boundaries that they're not supposed to get their kids to go to a certain school when they should really be going to their home school. So I just want to kind of add to that this data is so skewed for so many reasons. And so if we get this and when we get this, we have to be very careful about how we use this data to make decisions because it is so skewed.
Yeah. And just a quick note for when I want to clarify, because I appreciate very much Mr. Gosby's input and conversation, what he had shared. And we're really talking about a couple of different things. One that I shared was that when we went through the consolidation study, that most of the districts, and I was incorrect, Rickham Valley was not one of them, that passed the resolution not to explore consolidation. So that is my error. But the consolidation study that was asked was about consolidating all districts. And so in the outreach for that was not something that came directly from the district. It was part of that consolidation study through Christy White. So I just wanted to clarify that. And so Santa Rosa City Schools has, we are not a unified district. We are a common administration district. So we have not merged. We didn't go through that process to create a whole new district. If we are talking about merging schools with other districts, it's a potential to be that consolidation. There's not, aside from like this common administration agreement, the complexity of doing that is not something that we can't explore. It's just not something that's easily done within the current education code. So I wanted to clarify that that's where those statements are. It's not that, so I don't know if that's helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you. Additionally, is there any way that we can get numbers of students within our districts who have applied for out of district transfers in like the last couple months?
So if they have applied for that and we've processed the paperwork, I would defer to Director Desideri on the tracking of that.
Okay. I had another question about, oh, I'm sorry. Was it going to be a thing already? Can you do that, Ms. Desideri?
And if so, we could bring it on Friday if it is available.
We're making a list of everything you need.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if it was available.
You can bring it back. Perfect.
So we have just opened the window for inter-district transfers. That is something that we traditionally do in the month of February. But when we process applications for families that may be applying for a district whose window opens a little before ours or a little after, we do track that information. I did not bring that spreadsheet with me tonight, but we'll have it for Friday for discussion purposes.
Thank you. Facilities. So, plenty to call people by their first names. Trustee Kirby had asked about the portables, and I had gone through the sheets and the capacity with portables versus without portables, and then permanent numbers. When going sheet to sheet and school to school, it looks like you remove the portables and we're about flush. How does that line up with permanent capacity?
So that would be the permanent capacity, but when you think of where we're talking about also, we're looking at, remember, 2930, and we have changes that are expected. So yes, if you remove all the portables, we may have the right number of classrooms, but that doesn't mean that we can staff appropriately, spreading resources across. It's not just about specific, okay, how many rooms do we have? That's where you look at, it's one of the reasons why we have so many combo classes at some school sites. And just because it's flush across the district doesn't mean that it's flush site to site with projected enrollment changes.
Tricky.
Yeah, no easy, clear line, path right there. I wish it were.
That might have been it. Hold on one second. Oh, Miss August. I had a question specifically because it was mentioned. I am super curious because you do crunch all these numbers, and I don't know if this is something that you could talk about maybe Friday or another time, but I am curious about the ones that would work the best number-wise, configurations and things of that sort. That would be very interesting, from at least my perspective, on what works best in your brain.
And that is some of what the board will be able to look at on Friday. I would say that you will receive varying opinions from different people on my team based on whether we're looking at it from a purely general fund operating perspective versus a facilities cost perspective versus a logistics perspective. So those are my team will be there on Friday to share some different views based on your requests.
I have one more. I'm so sorry. I just remembered. Because we had talked about the number. I mean, we're constantly talking about numbers, but I'm wondering as far as, is it possible to do a phasing in? Because while I love the idea of 7 to 12 in certain circumstances, logistically, facilities, ages, kids across the board, it's super scary. And so much in the facilities, the shops and the culinary departments that aren't necessarily at the schools that they would be going to. I'm wondering if there is a way to do a phasing system so that we have a solid plan, and is that something that can be discussed? Like if we have a solid plan for how we're going to get there, but not in August.
So that will depend on what that looks like. So phasing, if we identify more schools, and that, okay, here's what we need to have happen by August, and then here's the stuff that needs to happen to be in the right place by 2930, then yes, that's something. If we're looking at, can we phase out a high school by grade, that logistically it would not be something that we could recommend.
Thank you.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for hanging in here. It's a long night, I know, but obviously this is important. So ultimately, my number one priority and goal is to make these very difficult decisions with the least traumatic, chaotic approach possible to our students, families, and teachers. So that being said, the city of Santa Rosa currently has 10 school districts. We are 2 of them. There are 8 other feeder elementary school districts in the city of Santa Rosa. So when I am considering elementary schools, there is a much higher potential of landing spots for elementary students, opposed to us being the only public high school 7 through 12 district in Santa Rosa. So if we were to dismantle, close our high schools, we're then sending families out of the city of Santa Rosa. They have a couple charter options that are really small. They have a couple other districts down the highway. But I think it's very important that we focus on the needs of the city and the student population, and understanding that we currently have 5 high schools strategically placed within the city of Santa Rosa. And is there a way that is feasible and will actually work to keep them open? So that's going to be really important information for us to look at of the 7 through 12 model. Is that even feasible and possible? If so, what do the numbers look like here, here, and here? I understand the concerns being a parent and raising kids preschool through college of that 7 through 12 campus model. Have we actively looked at if it's possible for a 6, 7, 8 model to keep our middle schools and high schools open? That makes a little more sense, but I understand it might not work because of the elementary and high school. But if our feeder districts are willing to work with us, is it something that we can consider?
So the mention that Mr. Gosby had earlier today is something that we will need to look into with legal counsel as far as whether it's something that would be allowable within the ed code to look at kind of a, it sounded, you know, just very basically, it sounds almost like a swap of grade levels. So that to me is really a change in district in boundaries between districts, which is, that's much more complicated. So that's something that we will need to get advice on.
So yeah, if we can get some clarification on that, that'd be great, because we need some answers to these really important questions before we make the ultimate decision of how to move forward. Ultimately, this all depends on what's actually feasible. So I'm looking at facilities, I'm looking to our budget team on these recommendations. Are any of these even actual feasible for the next school year? Because there's a whole lot of work that has to happen between now and then. And we're going to be in a study session on a Friday, and we need some answers, and we need to be able to have more questions that we're going to have to ask to try and make the decision that is going to be the least traumatic possible for our students. Ultimately, that's what we all want. That's what everybody in this room wants. That's why our community has been so vocal and active. And we're so appreciative of you coming to these meetings and having these opportunities to share your thoughts and opinions and send us emails. The 7 through 12 model came out of multiple discussions with town hall meetings and brought to the committee. I want us to be as innovative and creative as possible. I want our future vision to be sustainable. I envision Santa Rosa City Schools being a high school district that all the feeder students want to go to that high school. This is the high school I wanted to go to because of this. When I'm in 5th grade, I'm on track to go to this school. And once you get to the high school, that high school is able to provide the opportunities and classrooms and teachers that make students want to go there. Ultimately, that's the goal. K through 12, amazing opportunities throughout the city. There is no greater value than a good public school system that we all need to work on collaboratively. I spoke to 40 districts Monday night and put this plea out there, and I'll be working with Dr. Carter with Sonoma County Office of Education of how do we work collaboratively. Trustee Gosby knows me very well. Worked with him for 19 years in Rincon Valley. Why are we operating as isolated silos with isolated information and talking about you versus me? Why are we not collaborating and working together? Transportation, childcare, extracurriculars. What can you provide? What can I provide at elementary so that it's waiting at high school and everybody wants to be involved?
Trustee Caston?
Thank you. I got two additional clarifying questions, and then I'll also be ready to move to discussion because it seems like we're slipping into that anyway. On the clarifying questions, portables or non-permanent structures, because they don't look very portable to me. Are we leasing? Do we own? What's the current status?
We have a combination of leased and owned buildings. And on the leases, this is something that we've been working on for a while, is wanting to get rid of the leased portables first, wherever possible, because some of those we've had for a very long time, could have bought them multiple times over. No, they aren't coming out of our general fund in those lease payments, but it still impacts, funds that we would have available to redevelop, other classrooms or things like that. So it's a combination and it really varies. One thing that I know Eric will be prepared a little bit to talk about on Friday is that if we have to, depending on the configuration, if we need to add classrooms at a site. Normally, we would say, okay, we would temporarily bring in portables while we look at the permanent reconstruction. With the fires in LA, it's very difficult to get portables right now. So we would be looking at having to move portables that we have. So he's looking to identify which sites would have, if they're closed, may have portables that we could move logistically, in the short term. So that's a wrinkle that we were not expecting, but related specifically to the fires.
So in addition to being ready to speak to it, if we could actually just have a by site understanding of currently under lease, owned,
Yeah,
for that conversation.
he's working on that one.
Right. Okay, so I guess I have three clarifying questions. I'll call this 1.5. After we go through this process, we will need to revisit our master facilities plan because we're going to be looking at reallocating bond funds in addition to things along this. So can you just clarify a little bit about the timeline, not big details, but just the timeline for that?
Yes, he's actually, depending on what the scenarios are, there are some things that he's already looked at as far as, okay, if, in general, it's whatever the configuration is, that would then free up funds that would need to be redistributed between other sites. And if you were to look at the 712 model, then what additional facilities would be needed there? And that's actually a very costly bond number. So that changes other things that can be done. So those numbers are those different scenarios, and what if this then that is already being looked at as needs for the facilities master plan update, and where those funds would need to be shifted. It does not, it wouldn't take into account yet the fact that we would actually still need to then have some re-engagement about once we know what specific sites are. We would need to do that update to the facility master plan and need to have new community engagement with that site.
Perfect, thank you. And just to clarify, when I'm looking at my computer screens, because I have closed captioning going here, because I can't hear anyone. So I'm not ignoring you, I'm just reading what you're saying. My second and last clarifying question, returning trustee Jenkins' question about phasing. From a yes, no perspective for the board, yes, we are able to lay out a plan that would say year one, we want to do this, year two, we want to do that, year three, we want to do another thing. But the consequences of it, those choices are where you're saying you would strongly advise us not to go there, but it's not that we can't.
Not unless it's that we are looking at, so I would advise from a fiscal perspective that we identify at least the minimum that is needed in this first year to have happen, that move happens, but that there will be, because we know there will be additional phases that need to happen, such as we wouldn't, just thinking from a programmatic, from the recommendations from the committee and kind of what I believe I'm kind of hearing over the months as far as some priorities, it doesn't sound like there would be an appetite to actually close one of our language charters. However, we know that there needs to be physical movement of those. neither of those have to physically move this upcoming year unless it's part of a change, that's associated with the cost savings. So that would be potentially a phased thing, just as an example. Not that that's what would happen. Obviously, it would take direction from the board, but just those are the different scenarios that we're looking at with phasing is, okay, what are some things that could potentially wait or that need to happen regardless? And do they need to happen this year, next year, the following year? What does that timeline look like?
So in this process, we can and likely will lay out a multi-year plan.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm ready to move to discussion and stuff, so I'll pass it back to the president. If there's
Question? Trustee Kirby?
And just a couple more follow-ups. So you mentioned 80% of our costs is staffing. What percentage of that is the district?
I don't have that offhand, but our typically when you're looking at it, because the way that it breaks it out, I can bring that back to you on Friday for you to see. But typically administration is around 5 to 6%. But that's not.
Yeah, if we could get that just as an idea, because
Yeah.
of
And
course
it'll
we're
depend
hearing a
on
lot.
restricted and unrestricted. So we'll have more of a breakdown for you based on that, because many of the departments are mainly restricted funded. So that's one of the things to be aware of.
No,
also
that
there.
would be a great breakdown for us to look at, because obviously we hear from the public a lot, they want some shared sacrifice
Absolutely.
from the district. So that's are you going to be bringing some of that on Friday as well? Like your projected department cuts, like personnel?
So we are trying to make sure that the cuts that we have identified, that we have some meetings and conversations with people prior to them seeing necessarily their positions listed on something publicly. So we're trying to be sensitive to that and also get you the information as quickly as possible. So I would ask if when we bring something forward that we identify maybe costs by department rather than by specific positions, that type of thing, unless there's an objection to that.
That makes sense. So along those same lines, I know it's been brought up a bunch about the district headquarters, so to speak, the administration. Can you publicly maybe address, is it possible, we've already talked about stopping the current project, and it's been brought up several times. Is it possible for the district to just rent existing office space somewhere in town and or sign some kind of short-term, long-term lease in their current location rather than spending all the money for the new building?
Sure, that's actually, there are several pieces to unpack with that. And so the current office space that we are in is leased. I think we have to be out of there in 2028 based on the way it is right now. It's actually split up into a couple of different leases. One is a sublease that came furnished. And so that's part of, basically they left the furnishings, they left the technology, all of that stuff there. And we have it at an extremely discounted rate. So that's a piece of it. Overall, we looked at several different options. For those of you who weren't on the board, just as some information, the portables at the district office that made up about 50% of the office space there were 70 years old. 70 years old for many of them. They were not, we have a responsibility to provide safe spaces for our students. We also, as an employer, have a responsibility to provide safe spaces to our employees. And it was reaching the point where that was not the case. I will say it in that way. And so there was a very urgent need for the move that occurred. There are different phases to the district office. There are different areas to it. There's the warehouse and central receiving, which we it was not serving the purpose. It was actually two buildings combined and kind of mashed together, which as were many of our other things were kind of Frankensteined over the years. And we had actually losses and of equipment, of materials and things because of the lack of maintenance or funds that were directed towards central support over the years because of prioritizing schools as should be. However, there's that balance. And so you kind of reach a point of critical mass. And so just as we are with our budget, that's where we were with that facility. And so we are in process right now of the construction of the replacement warehouse space. And that's also where technology is housed. You know, there are lots of pieces to that. That will be up, that will be finished sometime this current year. There's no stopping that train. And there's not anywhere else within the district that would have worked for the type of facility and support that's needed for that.
When you say warehouse, I'm thinking like warehouse. What are we talking about?
It's a warehouse facility, so it's a framed facility, but there are offices in there as well because that's where our technology team is going to be housed as well. So rather than them having office space in the district office, it makes more sense as far as the workspace needs that they have in order to be able to process equipment and things like that to be actually in the warehouse. So we're being very mindful of how we construct and how we design to make sure that we're using things in the most effective way. We also had to move the data center out of the portables right now. It's currently housed in the portables that will be moved into the warehouse. So it's a multi-phase thing. So there's that piece of it. The remainder is the office space and the boardroom and all of those things. So right now we've paused aside from the work that we're doing with the architects, because regardless of whether it's at that site or a school site or anything else, we still will have to make renovations and work with a design team. So that piece is still in process as far as us selecting a team.
You mentioned that the DO building will also include classrooms.
Yes. So the plan for the district office is not only the district office, but it's also our 18 to 22 transition program. So right now they were already on that shared space with us and at 211 Ridgeway. They're kind of right now in between Ridgeway High School and the DO space. So the plan in all of these plans from the beginning has been to bring them actually into the district to give them some exposure to the work environment, you know, with that transition. Also helps us to stay more connected. The original plan was to move to create a space for for our special education preschool and some Head Start and all of that at the same facility. Looking at the fact that we are closing elementary schools, it makes more sense that that's very easily convertible for that space and more appropriate and you know, cost savings compared to building a new DSA standard classroom set, you know, facility for those students. So two very different things of needs by students versus what's needed in office space. So one of the things that we would obviously be looking at is whether, because the question comes up regularly, should the district office just move into a school site? And that really will depend as we start looking at things that may seem counterintuitive. That may be much more expensive for us to renovate a school site than it would be to actually build a space that is designed for office space. And if you look at the proximity, the location of that space compared to any of our school sites that are in different areas in the city, it changes the functionality for not only our community, but for our staff in being able to collaborate and be responsive and available. So there are a lot of different factors that the board ultimately will need to make a decision. We will, after we have sites identified to actually say, yes, these would be viable, we can run numbers and bring that information to you. But preliminarily, it looks as if it would be much more expensive to convert a site than it would to proceed with the building. Again, that will depend, the cost, the variance on that could be from a couple $1 million up to, tens of millions. So those are numbers that we'll need to run once we have an actual site or sites to compare that to. And that district office needs to be within the elementary boundaries if we're going to hold board meetings and things like that there. So I know that that was a long answer to your question, but it's not, it's a little complicated.
Is it a question or discussion? Okay, go ahead, trustee Jenkins.
Related to the facilities master plan. So is the whole thing going to have to be redone? Is that kind of what I'm hearing? Because my concern around that is that while on SART, the Safety Advisory Roundtable, we had, gone over those, and the backlog was like before the fires, because we've just had crisis after crisis after crisis. So the concern with the question is that there are so many things that have been overlooked. And I know that's in here number wise. But how are they going to capture all of it?
So it's not a complete redo of the facilities master plan, it's an update. So because there are already, at each of our sites, we've already had things identified and budgeted. And so if we know that, okay, these are the sites that are closing, those funds no longer need to go there. They need to be redistributed. And then we need to figure out what does that look like? And so there have already been projects that have been identified as priorities district-wide. That doesn't necessarily change. So does that help? Okay.
Board, if we're going to go past 10 o'clock, we need a motion to extend. Trustee Caston.
I move to extend till 1 a.m. and I hope we don't use it. No, I just say this because last time we did an extension till 11 and we had like 5 minutes of extra business to talk about. So I would like to extend to a time that we will obviously not get to, so we don't have to cut off one of us with 5 more minutes of conversation to be had. So that's why I make a ridiculous motion. But I seriously do say, let's extend to 1 a.m. so we don't run into the issue we did before of someone getting cut off because of a 5-minute arbitrary situation.
How about midnight?
Sure, midnight. I also hope we don't use that.
Midnight. Is there a second?
Sure, I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Motion fails.
No, it was.
Wasn't that 3-3?
No, it was 3-3. It was 3-3.
I saw,
Yeah.
I saw,
No.
answer me.
And
Oh, okay, so it doesn't pass, it's even.
It's 3-3.
Yes. You have to try it again. Have to do it
and
in
it can't be the same motion.
I'm sorry, I've just been up too long today. I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:45.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, I would like to turn us towards discussion. And I want to clarify our purpose here is to narrow things down for our staff. Because they cannot possibly bring us crunch numbers on every single scenario. So, for example, looking at 7 through 12, do we want to look at a pilot program at LC Allen that recaptures that 7-8 enrollment that we've lost? Do we want to close Comstock and have 7-12 at LC and Pioneer? Do we want to close Comstock and Slater and have 7-12 at LC Pioneer and Montgomery. These are the kinds of options. Sure, go ahead.
So may I? So if we have some general, descriptions for, or direction for this upcoming meeting, we can get further into the details and bring back more. I have a lot of direction here as far as the types of information that you want to have available, which is extremely helpful because we can, there are some things that we can run almost live, not live, but within a few minutes based on some scenarios. If we have some basic ideas of, okay, we want to look at, yes, running the scenarios that the committee recommended as far as the 7-12 at these school sites, we can come back with, it would require probably the closure of these other things. And then we might need some massaging from you on direction for that. So I just wanted to share, it doesn't have to be super, super specific, but enough specifics that we can narrow some of that information that we're bringing.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, trustee Manieri and then trustee De La Torre.
Okay. Please let me know if you need any further guidance, Lisa, but this is kind of what I would like to see, and board members can agree or not, and we can kind of see if that moves forward. So I also agree that we have a responsibility to keep the only public high schools in Santa Rosa open. So I would like to see scenarios that keep all high schools open through a magnet. I'm not done. Thank you, I'm not done. But specifically looking at our schools through a magnet program model. So I'm dreaming with Dr. Morales here. What are we doing to make sure our students know what they're getting at their high schools? What are those specialties? What are those niche things that our high schools do? What are those identities that our students can see themselves reflected in? And so really through that magnet program model. Specialized programs, sure.
Is a different kind of a school. We don't want to
Sure.
so let's use specialized programs.
Specialized programs. I love it. I also want to see scenarios that pay special attention to special services at the elementary level, like special education and special populations, like children experiencing homelessness and ELs. I want to make sure that whatever movements we make, where we are not having them bear the burden of these movements. We know that they are the ones who are most vulnerable in this situation. I also want to see scenarios where CCLA and SRFACs can expand their programming inside respective boundaries for grades. So if the programming for elementary is going to continue, then I would like to see those reflected in scenarios within the elementary boundaries, and then likewise for secondary, 7th and 8th for both. Even if that means they're on the same campus or different campus, however those scenarios might work out. I also want to see different scenarios for Ridgeway. Specifically, I'd like a cost comparison between the distributed small school model, where, folks were thinking they'd go back to their kind of prospective high schools, versus relocating the entire continuation program to a single existing campus. So I'd like to understand the cost analysis behind that.
Can I
That's
get
kind of
a
what I would like to
clarification on that? Are you looking for what was talked about earlier with an expansion, or are of that into an alternative ed type of site, or are you talking about just trying to expand? I guess that's
Are
what
you
that I'm trying
about
to.
about Ridgeway? Well, one of the recommendations, right, was to move Ridgeway.
Right.
And so there are some ideas
The
about
whole-
how we might do
it
that.
as 11 through 12 on a campus versus distributing to many sites, or are we talking about the expansion that there was a question about?
I think what she's trying to say, the difference between sending them those classrooms back to their individual high schools or moving Ridgeway
As a whole
as
onto
a
an
whole
onto
and
another
expanding it as
high
a
school.
distributed program.
Not the expansion.
Those are two different.
Not the
things.
expansion.
No
Are we
expansion,
talking
just
about
move.
like having
Okay.
a grace at every school?
Exactly.
Okay. So distributed between the schools or just moved in its entirety to one school? Okay.
I was just going to say, I thought Director Caston wanted a third version and looking at an expansion, I believe. Is that correct?
So ultimately, if we look at 7 through 12 models and we're talking about moving a continuation program, could that be available for 7 through 12 students? Because currently it's just 9 through 12. And there are students that need that continuation model that we're not able to serve. And if we can find an opportunity to serve those students on our campuses, that might really help them stay connected to their communities.
From a process perspective, do you want each of us to outline everything that we're asking for and then move to discussion, or should we? Because I'll hop in here and say what I'm thinking about for Ridgeway, or I can wait and just for going down the line. Okay, so yeah, then looking at a 7-12, and specifically, I'm thinking if we had in the 7-12 model for high school campuses, what would it look like if we took one of our middle school campuses not in the elementary district, so Slater or CCLA, and looked at that for a expanded alternative continuing education model similar to what's currently at Ridgeway?
For those of you that know the SART strategic plan that was created a year and a half ago, that was actually one of the recommendations from the SART team, was to have a small, they were thinking at that time, high school. So expanding Ridgeway to service those students that don't do well in a comprehensive. But I'd love to see a 7-12 alternative to be able to keep our students who aren't thriving in the comprehensive high schools. So that's the third option that now we're going to look into.
Additionally, that was approved by the board last year, so that'd be great to get it going. I also know that there are other ideas floating out there too with the online school through that Montgomery has proposed, so kind of combining those things. I want to jump in too, because I have the mic. Getting some numbers on the Comstock, Monroe, Biella, Lehman, Lincoln area, the idea about a TK through 8 over there, just kind of what that looks like, as well as numbers on combinations of 2 of the 4 schools. Because I know they all have different numbers attached to them and they all have very different situations. I had in the rain over the weekend, I went and explored all of the schools over there. It was so much fun. If you guys haven't done that, do it. Because the schools are so unique. But having the numbers on that would be great because I have opinions. Okay. Thanks.
Trustee Delatorre.
So an emphasis continued to be making sure we're looking at those numbers on what a 7 through 12 would look like, and just we're keeping it general. That way we can have those discussions on Friday in our study session of where would it actually work, and if it does work there, what are those costs and what are those savings by doing that. Again, another emphasis on paying attention to our special ed students, especially with the high concentration at Biella and Lincoln. If those are schools that are be considered to be consolidated or closed, what is the landing plan for those students so that, again, the burden is not on those families to go search for another home due to the displacement? And is a K through 8 possible anywhere? I know we have boundary limits, but is there a K through 8 possibility for any of our schools? Does it make sense in any of our boundaries so that we can look at that model and see if that might fit some of the schools that we need to consolidate? We do have a responsibility to ensure that our marginalized community students have opportunities to get a good education. And if we can really stick to that, better education opportunities are going to be provided throughout.
Oh, Trustee Caston.
Missing the slight curve in our table. So I think at first I just want to say that school consolidation, reconfiguration, reimagining is a part of a bigger effort and a bigger crisis that we're dealing with. And I just joined. This is my third meeting with actual agenda items on it. And one of the reasons that I joined was I felt that we hadn't been tackling the tough issues, and in a lot of ways we haven't. But that's not just financial. The financial issues that force this conversation start with having quality programs that keep our students here and actually in our schools. And in order to get to the place where we have quality programs, we're going to need to make decisions about what we're investing in, laying out the vision of what we want to do, and then making sure we hold ourselves accountable to doing it well. And so I say all of this through the lens of our goal today isn't to lay out a process of closing schools. Our goal has to be, how are we going to create excellent programs? Currently, we do not have any empirical information to say that across this district, we have excellent programs. We don't have that in our dashboard, in our scorecards for academics. We don't have that when we look at enrichment programs, when we look at students leaving in order to access programs they can't access within our district. And so we have to be looking to how we're going to solve that, because if we close a campus and the students don't go to one of our other campuses, we will have not saved any money. So just fundamentally, for me, this has to end there. With that said, I want to acknowledge that that crisis is not our teachers, our staff, or our administrators' responsibility. I really view it as a responsibility of the failure of governance and of us tackling hard conversations, which we're starting to now. I'm going to lay out some options. They're going to be a little bit more detailed. Some of them are mutually exclusive. Some of them are going to be tough choices if we go down that road, and some of them will be really awesome if we could succeed. And just recognize that we have at least 2 more meetings on this. So I'm hoping to narrow it a bit today, and then narrow it a lot Friday, and then narrow it even more on the 19th. But I do want to say flat out, I'm not interested, nor do I need additional information on a 311. I don't see closing a high school as something that we need to continue studying. Looking at a 712 option, the way I see one of those potentially working out with themes is a 712 option at Montgomery that would have a 712 IB program, because my understanding is currently only offered 2 grades. So expanding the IB program to be 712 for its curriculum offerings, and then also have the 712 French dual immersion component. Looking at ELSI with a 712 Spanish immersion, and then a health sciences focus, recognizing that SSU is in the process while they're cutting, they're also expanding, just like we're talking about doing. And one of their expansions is in the health sciences for nursing, physician's assistants, and so forth. And if we can take our current transfer program with them and secure guaranteed entrance for our students into a health program there, that would become a real magnet attraction for LC's campus. I see Pioneer with a strong focus leaning into the sciences. We already have Spark. They're already doing a lot there in a continuation of their JC magnet program. Though I'd like to see the administrative side of the magnet program helping with the paperwork of students being able to take JC classes be something that we actually offer district-wide, and have the transportation for the magnet at Pioneer continue. But the whole thing where we help facilitate having to run back and forth from the campus to get the paperwork done, that should be something that all of our students have access to. Looking at Santa Rosa High School, and this touches on elements of the elementary programs, I'd like to see what that looks like with the arts and Art Quest and kind of the hands-on CTE components that are currently there. And if we were to reinvest and restore some of the classes, the arts English classes, and the things that have been taken away, as we look at when those things were taken away over the years, we also see the drop in enrollment in Art Quest. There's a direct connection between the quality of our programs and students attending them. So seeing how we can restore those efforts. And then also looking at an opportunity for something totally new. So I'll moonshot on this one. But at Hidden Valley, we have the DHH program. there's an opportunity there for a 50-50 dual immersion program with ASL to give an access point for folks that are not DHH students but have siblings exist in the community to be actually able to learn that language as close to natively as you can with ASL. With that, then being able to continue on to the JC campus and then the ASL program at the JC. And then picking up where Dr. Morales left off, I would see Carrillo under this having a focus as a new tech high. And specifically, when I'm looking at our neighboring districts that pool our students, what are the offerings that our students are leaving for? And the technology high is one of those offerings. It's cited, and there's 2 other places that you can go to for it. We don't have that available. And Carrillo's current success in the AP world, I think, would very much merge with an additional focus around the tech high. For this model, I think it's also important that we recognize costing out of adding freshman athletics. We lose students to all of our neighboring districts that offer freshman sports athletics. And my understanding is in past years, one of the reasons we weren't able to do that was because not all schools were able to field a freshman team. If we're going 7-12, we could, for those schools, look at what a combined 8-9 freshman team would look like in order to be able to field freshman teams, because they don't need to follow the same competitive guidelines and rules as we have for our JV and our varsity teams. Also, if we're recognizing themes, we need to be okay with the fact that we're going to field teams in a sport that we can't field everywhere. But if there's interest on a campus, we don't want students to leave the district because we didn't offer it at the campus where the interest exists. On the elementary level for this, okay, actually, the elementary things in some ways combine for both of the options I'm going to lay out. So this next set of things will contradict some of the things I just said. But I'd also like to see scenarios around what it would look like to have K-12 specialty programs at LC with a relocation of CCLA in whole to the LC campus. At Montgomery with the relocation, yeah.
So
I
LC
understand.
cannot be,
I understand.
okay, just want to
So,
make sure.
But that also, there's also talking to the local district about it. So I just want to look at this, and then I want to look at a K-12 option with Montgomery with a TK-12 option for French and for IB. International Bachelorette curriculum programs are offered for 3-year-olds up to 19-year-olds. So is there an opportunity for a TK 12 IB program in the district, with it all being located on one campus? And then similarly, what it would look like for the arts charter to be fully moved on to a TK-12 program at Santa Rosa High. I know there's challenges with that. It's mutually exclusive with what I was saying before, but I think it's good for us to look at it as comparisons and recognizing that some of that would require us to negotiate with other districts. And then lastly, for the elementary schools, not included in that batch, and then also the charters, looking at what a scenario with the committee's recommendations of Biella, Brook Hill, and Steele consolidated to move to other campuses, and in addition, Lehman. So those 4 campuses consolidate. Biella, Lehman, Brook Hill, and Steele.
Thank you.
So specifically 2 on the west, 2 on the east. It would leave 2 on the west, 2 on the east, and Burbank kind of right in the middle would be the remaining. And what those maps would look like, if under that scenario, and we are we're doing the 7-12 model, CCLA's K-6 program moving to Comstock or Santa Rosa Middle, French Americans K-6 program moving to Comstock or Santa Rosa Middle, and then there's 7/8s moving respectively to where the current tracks are of dual immersion for Montgomery French and for LC Spanish. So enabling those K-6 programs to move to campuses where they could expand. Similarly, Arts Charter having their 7/8 moved to Santa Rosa High, and the K-6 staying there. And looking specifically at, because all three of those schools have lotteries, wait lists, and students being turned away, what those moves would enable for us to be able to admit those students and not reject them in future years. Also recognizing that charter money is same-year money. So if we were immediately able to accept those lottery students and waitlist students through giving those schools more space on those campuses, what the additional revenue in ADA would look like. Because we do know that we turned, how many students we turned away and how many we could have taken if they had more space. And then within that, specifically looking at the early learning center moving from Lewis to Biella. With the Biella campus also considered for partnerships with Southwest Community Health's pediatrics program, similar to how we have their program on Elsie. And then also specifically for partnership with First 5 and 4Cs for the other elements of that program. And then through all of that, lastly, and I don't think this is something we can solely answer in the consolidation process, but a very specific eye to having a reserve. Currently, the state is not funding their Prop 98 reserve. One of the things that happens is that the state tells us we can't have a reserve above 10% unless they're not funding their Prop 98 reserve. And the reason is because the risk we face when they don't fund the Prop 98 reserve is that we're going to get same year and even possibly same quarter cuts. And so if we're not doing our due diligence to have a reserve when the state's telling us, oh, hey, we don't have a reserve, we could end up having to cut while we're executing. And so we need to have a reserve that's going to enable us to do these things well. Because the other part of the crisis we're in is a crisis in a faith of confidence that we can actually do anything well. And we need to change that. And the only way we're going to do that is by doing it well. I want to specifically say to the folks who have suggested that we just turn it over to the state and to the county. I hear you. I did not volunteer for this job to abdicate my responsibility to do this right. So I don't consider turning it over to the state an option, not just because it's expensive and not just because it's going to result in all of us, including members of the public, from being excluded in the process, but also because we as board members have a fiduciary responsibility to actually do this, and we need to do it. So those are my options. Friday is going to be fun. And for folks that don't know what we're talking about when we reference Friday, we're going to have a study session. That's where we're heading towards, where we're able to talk about more ideas. We won't be making decisions there either, but it's going to enable us all to talk without having to try and wave each other's down. It's going to be public, and then we'll be back on the 19th for another public meeting. So thank you.
Trustee Jenkins?
I am also curious about moving accelerated to arts to bump up their numbers. Because it's 5-6.
So combining the two.
Yeah,
As far as co-locating.
yes,
Okay.
co-locating. Thank you for the correct terminology.
So I missed some of Trustee Caston's comment, but adding to what he said about doing things well, I'm really interested in 7 through 12. I want to know what our options would be of how small we could start with it. Like, can we keep all high schools open if we're only starting with one 7 through 12 site? Or if we start with 2, if we start with 7 through 12 at Elsie and Piner and we close Comstock, what else would we still have to do to keep all high schools open? Because I believe that creating those specialized 7 through 12 programs could be the revolutionary change that we need in this district, but I don't know if we can do it at all our schools all at once. Yes, go ahead.
I'm super excited to hear you say that. Being a middle school teacher, I was really curious to where like you thought about the 7 to 12. So thank you.
Oh yeah, I love it. I'm an eighth grade teacher, if you didn't know. And a huge problem I see with eighth graders is that they don't think their grades matter because they can't see that like jump to the high school. And I think having a cohesive program where they know they're part of it and they know what's coming, I think that could get them so much more engaged. Trustee Kirby?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I probably didn't make it clear earlier, but so I am definitely a proponent of keeping all the high schools open for sure. I just want to explore all the possibilities that we can to make that happen. And just kind of jumping on what Director Trustee Caston was saying, you know, I feel we really need to embrace all the you know, each school has its own kind of personality. And I don't think it's, you know, we need to embrace that, all the differences that all the campuses have. You know, some have FFA, some don't. So, you know, we need to build up those programs to draw the students there. So they all want to be there. We can't make them, all the campuses can't be the same. We need to embrace all the good things that each campus can provide. So anyway, that's it.
Trustee De La Torre?
Lisa, it is noted to check if the 678 was even an option. Okay, thank you. And Trustee Kirby and I can attest to this as parent advocates and volunteers for several years in this district, that there was a time and point where this district was, and the former boards in the past were all or nothing. So you couldn't bring something that two schools wanted because all the schools couldn't have it or weren't ready for it. You're looking at a new board that is attempting to be creative, innovative, and provide opportunities to provide spaces that your students want to go to school. And it's not going to be easy, but we're willing to put the thought and effort and time into it to try and find those opportunities. We all have a lot of amazing perspectives and lived experience to put us in these positions, and we're going to use that to attempt to build something better than we've had and something that allows room for growth.
Trustee Jenkins?
Me again. I lost it. It's coming back. As far as like combining administrators with campuses, like for instance, if we are not combining right away to a 7-12 model, maybe combining admin. So like there's a main admin and then some, I don't know how to explain that.
So
Utilizing
like
administrators
a
from more than one campus.
principal with maybe vice principals that,
Yes.
so a shared principal with vice principals of specific sites.
Correct. If that would cut down on
feed
some
into it.
staffing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious, in going to a 7-12 school, how would that change the admin setup? Like, would there be an additional assistant principal?
We're going to ratios, so everything would be based on the ratio at the school. So remember, our new conversation, our new tool is going to be ratios. So as we are staffing from here into the future, we're going to have ratios based upon the number of students on a campus. I know that for our teachers, we've had the counselor ratios for a long time. Currently it's 400-1. So we're going to have similar ratios for our administrators and all of the other support plan. So that would be taken care of through the ratio work.
Trustee Caston?
That actually prompts an additional, so when we look at the themes for each of the campuses, contemplating the ratios where we're not getting too micromanagey, but we're making sure we're executing on what we're committing to, what ratios are appropriate for those specialized themes, not just general classroom sizes. And I don't know if that's a Friday thing or a part of the board meetings we have coming up in February, but if it can land on one of those. And then the other thing, because it's in the committee's report, is I'd like to see potential language on enacting our options under AB 1507, which is where we select, where we have the ability to say whether or not we are going to be renewing or allowing other districts to renew out of district charters.
This is a little off topic, but so if we're going to ratios, then would consolidating sites then reduce the number of staff that have to be split between sites? Like counselors, would that allow counselors to be more dedicated to a home site?
It may also at some sites create more of a split, so it would depend. On the numbers. Mhm.
Any other guidance for our staff in what they're going to bring us on Friday? Trustee Kirby.
Sorry, just one more thing I forgot to mention, since we had the conversation earlier about the reserve. And that does drive some of our numbers. Personally, I would like to see at least double, like a 6% reserve. I don't know where everyone else falls on the committee. I know it's, or even 5, but somewhere it's got to be above 3. I just, if you can help run some of those, figure that in. I know I don't know how hard that is to figure that into everything else that you're already figuring in, but anyway, I would like to see the reserve something higher than 3 for sure.
Trustee Delatorre.
So I think it's just really important to reiterate that a lot of positive information is being discussed amongst us right now, and that we do not expect this to all happen overnight. That has to be a reality as these discussions are being had, that there's a lot of great ideas that are being had, and some things on some campuses are working, and we need to use that to our advantage while we figure out the things that aren't working and right size this district and our budget. So yes, we need to grow and move forward, but we don't all have to do it in the next 2 months. Getting to the budget stabilization plan is what we need to get figured out and decide on. And your team's been working day and night to take care of that. And we just want you to hear that that's appreciated, and bring us what you can Friday, and we'll keep having these discussions on how to move forward.
Did we narrow it down or did we make it worse?
A little of both. But I know many members of my team are listening tonight and already working on what this is, what they're going to be able to prepare. So we will bring as much information as we can. We will try to prioritize what hits kind of the common themes between everybody. That seems to be the highest priority for conversation will be what we tackle first and kind of move from there.
Trustee Jenkins.
And you're going to bring your recommendations too, right? Your favorite of all of them? You're the numbers person. Appreciate it.
So for me, it's, I have to say it's not just about the numbers, which is what makes that difficult, because really the numbers and why I do what I do is not about making sure that we have a balanced budget, but really driving what, the budget should be driven by what student need is. And so that's why we have such a collaboration between all of our departments, but specifically you'll notice when we do budget presentations, it's typically Roderick and I doing it together because it is about program and budget combined. And that's why the LCAP comes before the budget is because that's what it's driven by. So we can run all kinds of numbers, but until we know, I mean, I can make recommendations for cuts, but in order to bring you real numbers for the future, I need to know what we want programs to look like, because that's how we determine what works or doesn't work in the budget. I know in some ways it's cart and horse, or the chicken and the egg, but it really, they do go hand in hand. And I can create a budget in isolation, but it's not going to be, if I'm looking solely at numbers, it's not going to be necessarily what's best for kids. And so I want to be very mindful of that.
Sorry, just thought of one more thing. Did you want to, I know publicly we may not have gotten if someone did go to a town hall about the moving map, the thing that everybody can go on and kind of play around with. And do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So the boundary map tool that was created internally. That's part of how we're kind of looking at, okay, if we did this scenario, then that means that we have so many kids we have to redistribute. So we have our team has made that, specifically Dr. Bardelli has made that available for the public to be able to kind of paint by numbers and see what some of those scenarios would look like and kind of create their own versions. There's an email address to submit those to, and what he'll be doing is kind of overlaying them and bringing kind of the most popular scenarios. So it's not that we're using it as the public needs to create these boundaries for us. It's just another tool for input and also to help people understand the complexity of the fact that we have basically 1,000 of our kids live in a really small area, and the configuration of schools related to that. It's really difficult to redistribute those. So it serves several purposes. One, so the public can kind of understand a little bit about why it's not as clear cut as we would love for it to be, but also to come up with some options because we don't have all the answers. We need the public's input and we want that because we're here to serve what works for them and their kids.
Is there any more guidance that you need from us?
I think that I think that we have probably more than we need. But we will do our best to bring you what you're looking for. We will be able to, like I said, adjust some things within a few minutes, during this study session, and some of it will be that we'll need some more direction and clarification from you at that time to be able to get more information out there. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.